Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It is wonderful to look out and see everyone so bright and early on a Friday morning at our Braintrust. This is the 8th year for doing the Braintrust for me, Congresswoman Karen Bass. I am now the chair of the Africa Subcommittee. I'm very excited about doing that. I'm in my 9th year in Congress, and I know that this Africa Braintrust has been going on for many, many years, but I've certainly had the honor of doing it for the last 8 years. So I want to welcome everyone, and I want to acknowledge the members of the African Diplomatic Corps, excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, and with that, I consider all protocols observed. The theme for this year's Africa Braintrust is a celebration of Africa. The 2019 Braintrust will explore and celebrate the historic relationship between African Americans and Africa through panels, issue-specific discussions, and featured speakers. Key strategic areas of discussion will include pressing issues across Africa, doing business in Africa, and an exploration of the African arts. And then we're going to do something different this year. At the end of the day, we're going to have a fashion show talking about the prominence internationally of African fashion, also the African Growth and Opportunity Act, and textiles as being one of the key industries that takes advantage of AGOA. So I want to take a moment to let you know, if you were not aware, that members of the Congressional Black Caucus embarked on a historic trip this year to the nation of Ghana, led by Speaker Nancy Pelosi. It was really quite an experience to go to Ghana, but especially led by our speaker. And the reason we did that is because everybody in the room knows that this is the 400th anniversary of our arrival on the continent of America. And we wanted to go back to the origins of slavery, and so we went to Elmina and the Cape Coast and visited the what African Americans refer to as the dungeons. In Ghana, they proclaimed this year the year of return, so thousands of African Americans are going on various trips. And to go back and to experience the dungeons and to hear the stories is always very powerful. It wasn't my first time doing it, but to do that with the speaker was certainly very special. And then the day afterwards, we were there when she addressed Parliament. And so to have our speaker address the Parliament of Ghana was a very, very important and momentous experience. The other thing we did was this week, on Tuesday, we had a commemoration for the 400th anniversary in the halls of Congress, in Emancipation Hall, which was named after the enslaved Africans that built the U.S. Capitol. And it took the United States many years to acknowledge their existence, but what happened was the U.S. government rented enslaved Africans from plantations that surrounded the Capitol. And so that was a very inspirational day, a very momentous experience to have that commemoration take place. And so for me, today is about celebrating the continent of Africa and the strong and continued relationship between Africa and her diaspora. So I want to take a quick moment and thank our sponsors, Cosmos Energy, Mylan, and PVH Corporation. We'll hear more from them later on today. But now it is really my pleasure and my honor to introduce our featured keynote speaker for the morning. She was with us a few days ago in the Capitol, and she is a national leader and icon, but most important to me is that she has been a dear friend and a mentor for many years. Dr. Janetta Cole rose to national prominence as the first African-American woman president of Spelman College, and later as president of Bennett College, making her the only person to serve as president of both historically black colleges for women in the United States. After retiring from academia, Dr. Cole served as the director of the Smithsonian National Museum of African Art for 8 years. Dr. Cole has a long history of community service and recently served on the board of Martha's Table in Washington, D.C. She's also served on many corporate boards, Home Depot, Merck, and Coca-Cola Enterprise. She was the first woman appointed to the board of Coca-Cola. Dr. Jonetta Cole has authored, co-authored, and edited several books and numerous articles for scholarly and general audiences. She is the recipient of numerous awards and has received 69 honorary degrees. Join me in welcoming Dr. Jonetta Cole. Thank you.
My sisters and my brothers all, good morning. Good morning. And I do want to turn to my sister friend, the Honorable Karen Bass. And I want to speak words for each of us. They are words of profound gratitude. Gratitude for the way that you continue to be an extraordinary human connector between the peoples of Africa and we African Americans. Now, as we all know and feel in the depths of our souls, this is no ordinary year. And thus there is something that is special and highly significant about this particular Africa Braintrust. It is taking place a month after August 2019, the 400th anniversary of the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in the Americas. We simply must never forget that August 1619 is tied to the transatlantic slave trade, a highly profitable and deeply immoral enterprise that lasted for centuries. It involved capturing and transporting to Europe and the so-called New World 10 to 12 million enslaved Africans, transported in the bows of ships under the most brutal, horrific, and unsanitary conditions. We dare not forget the practice of buying and selling black women, men, and children to labor on plantations that would produce goods for the material wealth of some white people. Some white people who dared to claim that they literally owned human beings. Now, there had to be a reason, a justification for enslavement, for why Africa's people could be treated in such incredibly cruel ways. The justification was that all black people were inferior to all white people. And my sisters and brothers, that myth, that justification for enslavement continues to be believed, and it is actually used today to explain differences in why African and African Americans do not have equal income, equal health conditions, and educational attainment as white Europeans and Americans. Many African Americans do not know who their African ancestors were in particular terms. But many are discovering how their families can be traced back to a particular place in Africa. And let us remember that Africa is not a country, it is a continent. Let us also remember it is the continent from which we are all descended. And as I'm fond of saying, the sooner white people admit that they're Africans too, the better our world is going to be. Now, I can trace my maternal ancestry back to Anta Majidin Njai, a 13-year-old girl born in 1793 in what is now Senegal, in the Wolof village of Yang Yang, the ancient capital of Yolof. Anta was marched in shackles to the coast of Senegal, placed in a holding pen on Gorée Island, sent through the door of no return, and put in the hold of a slave ship. This 13-year-old girl was off-boarded in Havana, Cuba. In September of 1806, a so-called slave master, Zephaniah Kingsley, purchased Anta from a slave merchant and transported her to his plantation in Florida. Today, that Kingsley plantation is under the guardianship of the National Park Service. It is located 30 miles from where I currently live. Here is how I am a 7th-generation descendant of that 13-year-old girl, Anta Majidin Njai. My maternal great-grandfather, Abraham Lincoln Lewis, married Mary Frances Summers, the great-granddaughter of Anta and Zephaniah Kingsley. Now, my African American sisters and brothers, all of us are forever connected, not only by the horrific transatlantic slave trade, but by the long and bitter years that followed that practice. Years that we describe as colonialism and neo-colonialism in Africa, and legal segregation and ongoing racism in America. But there's something else that us black folks have in common. Whether we live in one of the 54 African countries or the United States, composed of 50 states, Washington, D.C., and outlying areas or territories, we have in common an ongoing tradition of resilience and resistance to inequality. And that tradition propels us to get up each time we are pushed down. We have been led by our heroes and sheroes that date back to Queen Anna Nzinga of Angola, Shaka Zulu of South Africa, Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass in the United States. In more modern times, we have been blessed by the incomparable leadership of individuals like President Nelson Mandela and Wangari Maathai on the continent, and here in the United States by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Dr. Dorothy Irene Height. Black people on both sides of the Atlantic have and continue to be in the struggle for social justice. This is something else that connects us people of the darker hue as the great Pan-Africanist W.E.B. Du Bois described us. It is our shared culture, our shared reinterpreted African culture. No enslaved Africans did not stand on the shores or in the doors of no return of slave castles and somehow dig out of themselves the indigenous cultures that they knew and were a part of. They brought their culture with them. Enslaved Africans were forbidden, however, to speak their native languages, practice their indigenous religions, and play the music of their native lands. And yet, our ancestors found ways to hold on to their African cultures. Over time, many aspects of African culture have been blended with ideas and practices encountered in the United States and around the Americas to give us the flavor and substance to what we know and is known around the world as American music, dance, art, speech, food, fashion, and yes, style. My sisters and brothers, I feel strongly that we must also speak the whole truth about what we have in common, including those things which are serious challenges for our respective communities, and those things that we're not proud of. One of my sheroes, a woman, an African-American poet, Mari Evans, wrote a poem that she entitled, "Speak the Truth to the People." Hear these first few lines. Speak the truth to the people. Talk sense to the people. Free them with honesty. Free the people with love and courage for their being. In the spirit of Mari Evans's poem, I give voice to some of these challenges that haunt some of our African and African-American communities, like elected leaders who are not accountable to their constituencies, and some who dare to engage in corruption. As victims of racial bigotry, we can sometimes express bigotry towards others and towards our own, based on their gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, based on someone's economic status, religion, country of origin, and disability. And while racism sometimes creates conditions for black-on-black crimes to flourish, we cannot use this as an excuse for attacking each other. And the last truth I want to own is that sometimes we fail to put into practice the values we say we have around family and being of service to others. Thirdly and finally, we black folks, Africans and African Americans, have the responsibility to work together in the interest of improving our current conditions and creating far better circumstances for our children and for generations yet unborn. Now, there's so many proverbs from across the African continent that speak to the value of cooperation and collaboration. Here are three of my favorites. one bangle does not jingle. When spider webs unite, they can even tie up a lion. And one that is clearly being repeated now on the internet, it says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, there's so many opportunities for Pan-African collaboration to address the pressing issues and problems in our communities on both sides of the Atlantic. Problems such as the need to improve basic infrastructure and services, the critical need for jobs, especially for young people, the urgent need to guarantee a quality education for all young people, and I must say, especially girls on the continent of Africa. The health disparities that haunt economically challenged folks in our communities. In terms of African and African American collaboration, there's just one particular area that I want to speak about more specifically. Specifically, art and, yes, the crafts in Africa and among African Americans in the U.S. I began by noting that over the years, I began by noting that over the years, the artistic creativity of Africans and African American artists has been grossly underestimated and undervalued. In the eyes of many in the West, it was only after Picasso praised what he called the primitive art of Africa that the magnificent traditional artworks of the continent were given attention by many Western museums and collectors. And even today in the United States, museums do not give appropriate recognition to the works of African American artists or African artists. Here is something that we can work on together. We can do what is required to assist our artists in securing the recognition and fair financial compensation that they deserve. Not only do we have a responsibility to do this for African and African American visual artists of all mediums, but also a responsibility to lift up and support professionals in the creative space who are in music, dance, theater, and film. And we need to support the works of our furniture designers and certainly our fashion designers. As I move to bring closure on this talk, let me say once again that as Africans and African Americans, we are connected by the blood and the tears that were shared during enslavement. We are connected by the shared experiences of colonialism on the continent and by racism here in America. But we are also bound one to another by the culture that we share, the resilience and persistence that characterize our struggles, and by the opportunities we have to be each other's keeper. Let us embrace this Zulu proverb, Umuntu, Inga Umuntu, Ingabuntu, which translate in English as, I am a person through other people. My humanity is tied to yours. As it is more often translated, I am because you are. You are because I am. Thank you.
Why don't we give another round of applause to Dr. Cole? I just told her that I could listen to her all day. That was it's an incredible story that I'm going to have to follow up and ask you how you knew about your ancestor. I think, it's something that all African Americans grapple with, which is why we always joke and say we claim the whole continent, because we have no idea where we came from. And, and now that there is Ancestry, not Ancestry.com, African Ancestry. African Ancestry, I know I certainly found out that my origins were from Cameroon. Yeah, Cameroonians in the house. And I actually had an opportunity to go to Cameroon this year, so very nice. Well, once again, thank you so much, Dr. Cole. Had to call on you twice this week, and so appreciate you delivering. Now, we will move into our panels. Our first panel is entitled Pressing Issues Across Africa, and it will focus on some of the issues that have been in the news and people have called and written into my office to alert us about, and we get calls all the time. People want us to change governments and elect them because they're running for president and all sorts of things, and obviously that is not our role. But what is our role is to have a panel that will delve into the Anglophone crisis in Cameroon, how to help Sudan's ongoing transition after 30 years of autocratic rule, and current events in Ethiopia. The panel will also touch upon other human rights, democracy, and governance issues emerging across the continent. And I am so proud to say that Aisha Sheshe will moderate panel 1, and I'm sure that everybody is familiar with her. I watch her on CNN, and I've had the opportunity to be on your show a few times because she's in Los Angeles. So we have that in common as well. Aisha Sheshe is a seasoned and award-winning journalist who has covered the major breaking news and global events of the past decade. In 2014, she reported from Nigeria on the kidnapping of more than 200 Nigerian schoolgirls, for which she received a Gracie Award for Outstanding Anchor. She also covered the deadly Ebola outbreak in West Africa in 2014, interviewing several key officials about the crisis, including Libya's vice president and President Alpha Condé of Guinea, who is here this week, by the way. We might run into him. In addition to her role as anchor and correspondent, Sheshe has co-hosted the CNN Multi-Choice African Journalist Award, the highest accolade for excellent journalism across the continent for the last 5 years. She is also the author of a new book entitled Beneath the Tamarind Tree, a story of courage, family, and the lost schoolgirls of Boko Haram, which the Boston Globe has described as the most intimate portrait yet of what happened to the Chibok girls between abduction and rescue. She has done yeoman's work in earning the trust of the girls, enabling her to recount their experiences with rare entity. So after the panel, people who've been to the Braintrust before are familiar with our format. We have the panel, and then we go into Q&A. And I've always believed that most people don't actually have a question. They would like to make a statement. So we don't force people to ask questions. So what we will do is that we will take 10 at a time. The mics are on the side. You can line up at the end of the talk. We will go through 10 at a time, and then we will ask the panelists to respond. So the only caveat here is that you are welcome to make a statement that is different than a keynote speech. And so we will cut you off if you go on for more than a minute or two. So everybody in agreement with that? When we handle it that way, we're actually able to get through everybody before we move on to the next panel. If you're not able to make your statement or ask your question, we do have other panels. We will have a Q&A after each one. So with that, let me welcome our moderator, Aisha Shoshe.
Okay, let's try that again. I want to make sure you're all awake. Good morning, everyone. Okay, then. First of all, let me start by saying, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, friends, family in the room, all protocols observed, welcome. Welcome. It is great to see all of you here this early in the morning. Once again, my name is Aisha Sase. I am a journalist, author, and I'm an African from Sierra Leone. A tiny Sierra Leoneans in the house? Only one? I'll take them. I'll take all the Sierra Leoneans in the house. Welcome, a special warm welcome to you. Sierra Leone, some of you may know. All of you should know, a tiny country tucked on the coast in West Africa. It is such an honor to be here with you today and to be kicking off the conversations at the 2019 Africa Braintrust. I want to thank the Honorable Karen Bass, the Africa Braintrust, and the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation for allowing me to be part of the program. An honor which is all the more significant given, as was already mentioned, that this is the 400th anniversary since the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in America. So this is a very special honor to be speaking today. Now, this first panel is entitled Pressing Issues Across Africa. And I'm thrilled to have such a wonderful panel with me. Incisive thinkers. Yes, that's right, that's you, incisive thinkers, here to help me unpack and examine what's happening on the continent, the most acute political and social challenges of this moment, which include, as Honorable Karen Bass has already made clear, the situation in Cameroon, the situation in Ethiopia, Sudan, we're going to touch on Nigeria, the Ebola crisis in DRC. There is a lot happening on the continent, not to mention the recent outbreak of xenophobic violence in South Africa. But I also want to say at the same time that this is a moment to remember what the acclaimed Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has said about the danger of one story. So as we talk about the pressing issues, I also want you to keep that in mind, because what she has said in that must-watch TED Talk is that there's a danger of a single story, not necessarily because it is untrue, but because it blots out everything else, and that it leaves it to be an incomplete story. So when we talk about Africa, all too often in the Western media, we just talk about it in the context of famine, war, displacement, and misery. And what I want us all to remember is the other story that is also true at the same time, that 6 of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world are in Africa. I also want us to remember that the global tech sector is being attracted to Africa and is going in bigger numbers to work on the continent. That Africa's working age population is growing rapidly, and the estimations are that the number of young people entering the region's workforce will exceed that of the rest of the world by 2050. As Brookings said recently in their 2019 Foresight Africa report, Africa is brimming with promise and in some places peril. So as we talk about the pressing challenges, the peril, if you will, let's also remember the promise. Without any further delay, I would also like to introduce my great panel. Please make them feel welcome with a warm round of applause as I say each of their names, starting with Dr. Christopher Famonio. He's currently the Senior Associate and Regional Director for Central and West Africa at the National Democratic Institute. Next to him, Ahmed Kaduda. Please make him feel welcome. He's a PhD student at George Washington University, studying comparative politics. And we have Lauren Blanchard. She's a specialist in African affairs with the Congressional Research Service, which provides nonpartisan analysis on African political, military, and diplomatic affairs to Congress. And last but not least, Aditya Quay. He's the Deputy Director for Advocacy and Government Relations for Amnesty International. Welcome to you all. So just a reminder of how this will work. They will each make remarks for about 5 minutes each, then we'll open it up to you. When you get to the microphones that are at either end, please say your name and where you're from. Just give us a little context to your statement. I'm sure a lot of you have many things you'd like to say, many questions you'd like to ask. This is the moment to share them. There is no judgment. Well, maybe there's a little judgment, but I'm just saying, don't be shy. So please, I hope that this is a conversation that 400 years from now they're talking about. They're like, that conversation that they had during Africa Braintrust in 2019. Have you gone back and read about it? I hope it is that powerful because you guys lean into this conversation. So, Chris, no pressure. 400 years from now, I'm hoping they're reading your words. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Aisha, for that very warm introduction and words of welcome. I'd like to also join you in thanking Chairman Congresswoman Karen Bass for her leadership, not just in the United States, but across the entire continent of Africa. We're just very uplifted by the attention, the amount of time and attention that you and your staff pay to African issues, how open you are, and how much you receive all of us who are Africans and friends of the continent who knock at your door to talk about African issues. I'm from Cameroon, so I feel very privileged. I feel very privileged. But then I also have this daunting task of summarizing in 5 minutes what the situation is in Cameroon today. I'm going to try to lead by example, but I will have to cut out a lot of stuff. But I'm hoping that when we get into the Q&A, that we'll have ample opportunity to delve into more details on the issues that some of you may care about. Let me just say that the tragedy that's unfolding in Cameroon today is man-made. It's a very sad story of how 20% of the population of Cameroon in 1961 felt like they ought to reunite with their brothers who had been colonized by the French while they had been colonized by the English. Anglophones in Cameroon today constitute 20% of the population. It ranges all the way from between 4 million to, by some estimates, 7 or 8 million people. There are part of the country that is that has a population of 25 million people. They now feel that after 5 decades of reunification, they have been cheated out of that reunion that saw its birth in 1961 as the Federal Republic of Cameroon. They now feel that they've been cheated, they've been marginalized, they've lost their place in that union, and a huge chunk of that population no longer feels that it belongs. In 2016, which is the time at which the crisis came to a head, what started as a series of petitions by lawyers and teachers to safeguard not just their culture, but also the Anglo-Saxon system of education and the legal system, the rule of law, has now morphed into a full-blown armed conflict. As we speak, over 250 villages have been razed down in Anglophone Cameroon. Over 2,000 people have been killed. Over 40,000 Cameroonians now live in neighboring Nigeria as refugees. Over 600,000 Anglophone Cameroonians now live as internally displaced persons in other parts of Cameroon. And by the UN report, last UN report, over 1 million people have been impacted. Over 1.2 million people, 1.2 million people have been directly impacted by this crisis. As we know, in African communities where one person is related to at least 8 or 10 other people in the community, I leave it to you to extrapolate and figure out how many people have been impacted by this crisis. I think the Cameroon crisis is important if I kind of pivot into the broader African context. This crisis is important for us because it captures the good but also the bad of what transpires today in today's Africa. The dark side in terms of the prevalence of authoritarian leaders who continue to perpetuate themselves in power and do not create opportunities that can contribute to an uplifting of the well-being of their citizens. The fact that political space in a number of African countries is shrinking, and that while democracy is being talked about in general parlance, it's widespread, but it's not that deep. That the values of tolerance and respectability and respecting human dignity and human rights is that these values have not been totally imbibed by the leadership of the African continent. But at the same time, because we're here to celebrate Africa, I also want to talk about the positives, in the sense that today, at least people can point to the crisis in Cameroon and say, never again should we allow things like this to go unpunished or uncriticized. And we've seen that in the past 2 decades, just to summarize, we now have had a renewal of political leadership across the continent through the ballot box. In 1990, there were only 3 African presidents that had relinquished power through the ballot process or voluntarily. That was President Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, President Sédar Senghor of Senegal, and President Amadou Ahidjo of Cameroon. Today, we now have over 40 individuals that have served as presidents of their respective countries and that have relinquished power either through the ballot box or willingly, as was the case with Nelson Mandela in South Africa, or because they were term limited by new constitutions that now put limits on presidential power across the continent. That's a real positive. Secondly, the issue of women in politics, that for a long time women have been disenfranchised in African politics. But what we've seen in the past 2-3 decades, as African countries have gone through democratization on the continent, that women are now aspiring to be elected to the highest offices of the land. We've even had 3 women who've served as presidents of their countries. President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in Liberia, who was elected twice as president through a very democratic and open process, and who served 12 years as the president of that wonderful country. We also had President Banda in Malawi, Joyce Banda, who served because she was vice president and she was in the line of succession. And when the president passed away prematurely, she was able to shepherd the destiny of that country for a number of years. And we have President Catherine Samba-Panza in the Central African Republic, who took on the enormous task of running that country through a very turbulent transition, and for 2 years succeeded in creating an environment in which Central African Republic was able to have credible and democratic elections. These are some of the pointers to positive developments that we've experienced on the continent. I think the challenge for us going forward is how we can nip crises such as the Cameroon crisis in the bud, how we can all rally around, not just as Cameroonians, but as Africans, African Americans, and friends of Cameroon and friends of the continent, to make sure that when we say never again, after Rwanda, never will we allow for Africans to be killing Africans on the African continent for the sake of political space and political leadership. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for that, Chris. Very much appreciated. If I could turn it over to Ahmed, please. Ahmed, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Great. I'd like to start by thanking Congressman Bass and Aisha for moderating. So, as many of you know, Sudan has recently undergone a major transition, is undergoing rather a major transition away from 30 years of autocratic rule to hopefully a budding democracy, which would be the first in the region. Of course, Sudan has inherited a weak post-colonial state and has suffered since decolonization from ongoing civil wars in almost all of the peripheries. The civil wars have really torn the fabric of the nation apart. It also underwent bouts of authoritarianism and brief periods of democracy. The former regime, which had been in power for about 30 years, finally faced its demise when in December of 2018, uncoordinated, spontaneous, and leaderless protests from around the country finally mobilized the entire population to rise up and call for the ending of this autocratic regime. We saw a movement that was completely nonviolent, with the leadership of civil society and labor movements coming together, organizing the masses, and eventually putting enough pressure for the military to topple President Bashir in April of this year. During this uprising, we saw the central and paramount role of women in the uprising. I was in Sudan recently, and I heard this really interesting analysis about why women were so central to the revolution. They, for the first several months, were in front of every single protest in every neighborhood. Because as women are basically responsible for the life of the nation, they felt that the nation was dying because of the brutal oppression, the economic decay that the country was undergoing. Of course, youth played a central role in this transition. The April coup led to this amazing mobilization of a sit-in in the heart of Khartoum, where people came together and gave life to the revolution. We saw art, we saw women standing up and finally cleansing themselves of oppression. We saw people try to cleanse themselves of their sins of silence for the genocide that happened in Darfur, the Nuba Mountains in South Sudan. People were apologetic, coming together. And of course, we also saw the fact that the Sudanese nation, for the first time, with all its ethnic diversity, religious diversity, coming together and saying we're ready to transition. Unfortunately, on June 3rd, this transition was stymied by a brutal crackdown by the security apparatus that took over after Bashir. Over 100 young men, mostly, were killed after the security apparatus tried to cleanse the sit-in space. But on June 30th, the people came out again, despite the internet being shut down for almost an entire month. People mobilized, and a much larger protest came, forcing the military to cede and return. And eventually, on July 3rd, a constitutional declaration was signed. This constitutional declaration gave the military and the civilians an opportunity to say, we're ready to work together in order to help Sudan stabilize. Unfortunately, there are many problems with the declaration, but I can't get into those right now. The declaration put forth a pathway to a technocratic government, which was sworn in earlier this month, that is headed by Abdullah Hamdok, who is a veteran UN economist. We see that technocrats are now being positioned as ministers in the various ministries in the country. We have individuals such as Ibrahim al-Badawi, who was a senior economist at the World Bank. We see individuals like Nasruddin Abdul-Bari, who was actually a PhD student here at Georgetown in Washington, a few blocks from here, going and taking up the post of justice minister. So the youth are now playing a central role. I'm going to talk about 3 challenges. I have 30 seconds left. First, the biggest challenge is going to be if the technocratic government, along with its partners in the security apparatus, are able to come to a lasting peace agreement or various peace agreements with the armed groups that are operating around the country. We saw yesterday these armed groups sign an agreement with the government for a process to begin these peace talks in Juba in South Sudan. The second challenge is going to be the economic situation. The #1 issue that led people to come out on the streets is the living condition that was so, that was deteriorating. So people are going to give this government a chance, but unless it's able to actually improve living conditions, I think the transition will be put at risk. And third, I think the jostling between the military and the civilians will hopefully not stymie the transition. I want to close with one, I guess, advocacy message to the Congresswoman and her colleagues in Congress. I think that it's time now to seriously consider lifting Sudan's name from the state sponsors of terrorism list. Sudan has been on this list for over 2 decades, but now this transitional government needs a chance to do the work of helping reorient Sudan towards a path of stability and economic prosperity, and hopefully will be a real beacon in the region for many years to come. Thank you.
Ahmed, thank you so much for that. Moving swiftly along to Lauren Blanchard. Your thoughts, please.
All right. Well, just over a year ago, in this building, I think it was in this building and not the one next door, Ethiopia's prime minister came to Washington. There was a huge crowd. I was down here, which isn't necessarily surprising in and of itself. Washington, D.C., the broader area is home to, I think, over 300,000 Ethiopians. The D.C. metro area is the largest community of Ethiopians outside the country. But what was surprising was the mood. And I think a year prior, 2 years prior, nobody would have predicted it. The mood was buoyant. It was hopeful. I have a souvenir. You might recognize it. For those of you who can't see it. There were vendors for blocks. They were selling Ethiopian flags. They were selling T-shirts with the picture of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. You had something that somebody coined Abiy-mania. There's stickers on the vans and matatus in Ethiopia. And this wild sort of fervor for this man who had come into office under the guise of the EPRDF, a very controversial, long-ruling coalition in Ethiopia, with a promise of change. And the feelings of hope over the last year have been palpable. He came here and he talked to a crowd of mostly Ethiopian Americans, and he said, come home and invest, the door is open to you. Many people have heeded that call. Maybe some in this room have gone home, started businesses, some have joined the government. Among those people that returned was a famous marathon runner, Faisa Lilesa. He won the silver medal in the Rio Olympics in 2016. He famously, when he won that medal, ran across the finish line and crossed his hands above his head, his arms above his head. He was protesting what was happening to his ethnic Oromo group back home. Thousands of them had been imprisoned, over 20,000. Hundreds had been killed. Ethiopia in 2016 was a pretty dark place. Protests had been cracked down upon by the security forces, hundreds shot by security forces. There were prison camps across the country. And the government was feeling the pinch. And in a very positive sign, in early 2018, they decided to make a change. The parliament elected Abiy Ahmed, young man at the time, 42. He was former military intelligence. And I think a lot of people didn't know quite what to think. But what a year his first year was. Thousands of political prisoners released, pledges and actions to open up the economy. He named a new cabinet. Half of his cabinet were women. A female defense minister, a female minister of peace. He named a new chief justice who was a pioneering women's rights lawyer. He named a new female president. One of the people who came home over the last year was a woman, Bertukan Mideksa. Some of you may know of her. She had been a political prisoner. arrested back in 2005. She was an opposition leader at the time. She was charged and convicted of treason. She spent years in prison. She was released. What is she doing now? She is the head of Ethiopia's election board. It's pretty phenomenal, and I think a lot of people at home she was probably shocked when she got the call. And she is preparing for elections next year. They will be, almost without a doubt, Ethiopia's most competitive elections since 2005, when that big crackdown happened. And there is a lot of hope and a lot of responsibility riding on Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. And the situation isn't entirely rosy in Ethiopia right now. The situation is very fragile. Alongside all of the good news stories, there were over 3 million people displaced by conflict in Ethiopia last year. That's massive. That is the largest level of internal displacement in the world last year. You've got several simmering situations of ethnic communal conflict around the country, different parts of the country, that the government has to manage. You have to get these people home, but in a way that's sustainable. And I think this is a challenge that Abiy's government is facing right now. You've got a large, young, unemployed population that is looking for jobs. Now, Ethiopia is Africa's fastest growing economy and has been for years. Went through some troubles during the protests and the state of emergency. There is promise, but there are not enough jobs for everybody. And that is a struggle for the government. That is a struggle for all of the opposition parties as they're going into these elections. Ethiopia is overdue, far overdue, to have a census. It needs to have that census to have that election. Before it can have that census, it wants to get people who have been displaced by these conflicts home. That means dealing with these conflicts, and I think that is an outstanding question for Ethiopia. And by the way, I'm a stand-in here for my friend and colleague, Professor Michael Woldemariam, and he would tell you that Ethiopia is a country on the move, and I would tell you that Ethiopia is also a country that's fragile. So I don't want to take up too much time, because Naomi is telling me that my time is up. We can talk about this in questions, but a country of incredible promise and opportunity, and a country that faces many challenges.
Lauren, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. And last but not least, to Adete Akwe at the end there, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to join my colleagues in thanking Representative Bass for keeping Washington's eyes on the continent and also for keeping the interest of the people of Africa first and foremost, with the understanding that one is not exclusive from the interest of the United States, which seems to be a problem with many policymakers in Washington. I have the luck of following everybody who have outlined in great detail some of the challenges, and I'm going to try to sort of highlight a couple of pressing continental or regional challenges as well as opportunities, because I point taken about trying to be overwhelmed with a single narrative, which is not fair. Building on what Lauren just said, Africa has a challenge and an opportunity of displaced persons. There are over 24 million displaced people in the continent. That is the 18th largest country in Africa by population and the third largest state in America. That's too many people not to be energized, not to be empowered, and not to be living productive lives and contributing to the continent. How many Mandelas are waiting there that we're never going to hear or see? How many Ellen Johnson Sirleafs are there going to be there that are not going to be educated or not have access? That's an opportunity for African governments and for African constituents here and around the world to look at more creative long-term solutions. They cannot be forgotten and warehoused in refugee camps. That's a big opportunity as well as a challenge. I think the issue of climate change is a huge human rights as well as a developmental challenge. Leadership in Africa has at least articulated and contributed to the formation of different agreements, but they now have to find the political will, not to mention the wherewithal, to actually follow through on some of the global compacts that have been negotiated. And they have to find and build political support within donor countries, especially the United States, to get back in and on the right side of climate change and mitigation and policies that not only benefit those countries but also benefit the world as a whole. I think it would be remiss for me not to talk about something that Chris mentioned, which is closing political space. And that is unfortunately spreading. Civil society groups are having their assets frozen. They're having their leaders arrested or detained. They're basically having protests paid for by the different parts of government outside their offices. This is not only happening to organizations, it's also happening to reporters. Some of our colleagues that went back to countries in Africa are now arrested. Some of them have been disappeared. When this kind of thing happens, it's not just that country that loses, it's the continent as a whole. And not only is it there, but it's also reinforcing negative attitudes towards dissenting voices and even the general media and freedom of expression. And as we know, we have a problem with that here in the United States. So this is an opportunity where we can work together. I think it would be another critical area of opportunity and risk is, of course, the counterinsurgency and the insurgencies that the continent is facing. We all know Boko Haram, we all know Al-Shabaab, we all know Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb. These groups are not, restrained. They have they have very aggressive ambitions. They are not being effectively dealt with because these are not solved by military solutions only. And there is an imbalance in the approach, which is strictly or mostly on arms and weapons and security forces. And if we do not address the underlying causes that drive support to those groups, we will not stop those groups. And when the countries that provide security assistance to the African governments get tired or lose the political will to provide those weapons, those governments are going to be increasingly vulnerable. I'll stop there also by saying that one of the most impressive things that I'm very optimistic about is the role of the diaspora. The diaspora on Ethiopia was the key to getting the United States the political power to engage and push for reform in the country. The diaspora on Sudan, incredible shows of strength consistently during this last 9 months. And that is what we're going to need. The diaspora in Cameroon is also incredibly mobilized right now. The continent has huge challenges, but it has opportunities. And the sooner we all work together, very dramatic end to my comments, but the sooner the diaspora and countries around the world work with civil society groups and progressive leadership, I think the better for all of us. Thank you.
Adete, thank you for that and for rolling with the lighting there. We will open it up to the floor shortly, but I just want to thank you all for your presentations and also just ask one question to you before we get the views and questions and comments from the room. If each of you could give a grade to the African Union in terms of their efforts to deal with these pressing challenges on the continent, because before we look to others and their help for our issues on our continent, I want to see what you think our own leaders who form that body to supposedly intervene, guide, and mediate, how well are they doing? What role are they playing when we talk about Cameroon, Sudan, Ethiopia, and the other challenges? Chris, just give them a grade.
Well, it's a tough act to do. But I would say that when the African Union was launched in 2002, there was a lot of hope and optimism that the African Union would perform better than the Organization of African Unity that it came to replace, that the African Union would really focus on the African people as opposed to being a club of heads of states who look out for each other. I think that promise is still out there. There's been some progress in putting in place instruments such as the Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, which was adopted in 2007. The African Union has also taken a number of stands that have been very progressive, but I think there is still an expectation that on crises such as Sudan, where it performed really well because it backed the civilian movements in Sudan, but in crises such as Libya before that and Cameroon, and what's even happening now in South Africa with these xenophobic attacks, that the African Union will be more forward-leaning, more proactive in helping African leaders respect the constitutions that they've adopted in their respective countries and also raise the standard of living of their people and make decisions that can improve the well-being of ordinary Africans.
So is that a C or a D?
I would say B minus.
Okay. We'll put a B minus by your name. Thank you, Ahmed.
I will have to agree with Chris, but on Sudan in particular, I think it deserves nothing but an A+.
Okay.
We saw that the African Union, as soon as the coup happened in Sudan, immediately reverted to its protocol, which is to suspend Sudan, because it was technically an extra constitutional change in government. They towed a very tough line against the security apparatus and the junta, pushing them to negotiate with the civilians. We saw the positive role Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed played, and we also saw that once the transition took place and civilians took over, it readmitted Sudan. In fact, it was the most important institution that stood up to the powerful Gulf states of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which were pushing for a retrenchment of authoritarianism. So A+ on Sudan.
Okay, thank you. Lauren and Adute quickly, because we have lines of people. Thank you.
I'm going to absolutely avoid giving the African Union a grade, but I will make a few comments.
Oh, you're chickening out.
I know. It's my job. Like Ahmed, I would note that the African Union's, I can talk in the dark, after the African Union's decision to suspend Sudan when it failed to transfer power to civilians was a very, very important step. Likewise, there are some other prominent things that come to mind. The African Union, after the collapse of South Sudan into civil war in 2013, put together a commission of inquiry that wrote a very, very important and very, very damning report of one of its member states. I think that was an important moment. The African Union's record on election observations, as Chris would probably have many things to say about, is very mixed. There have been some African elections where they have been very critical and very positive when need be. There are other elections that they, I think some critics would suggest, have sidestepped, calling technically satisfactory when the climate was not remotely satisfactory in terms of producing a credible election outcome. Yes. So a mixed outcome. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the African Union mission in Somalia, an absolutely critical stabilization mission with 20,000. I think it is the largest stabilization mission in the world right now. At least maybe 2,000 troops have lost their lives in that mission. Absolutely critical for allowing the space for a Somali government to stand up and fighting al-Shabaab.
Thank you.
Incomplete.
Incomplete?
Yes, incomplete. I think my colleagues have highlighted positive actions that the African Union has taken, but there are so many others where they have not, where they could have. I would say that one of the upcoming factors in a final grade would be how they respond to these xenophobic attacks and whether they are going to actually realize that the language that their members employ, those heads of states, or the lack of protection and respect for rights actually has an incredible role in shaping the context of how people behave with each other. And if we don't see that kind of thing, I think I'm heading towards a D.
Wow. Thank you for that. Those from the diplomatic missions from the various African countries in the room, please take that message back. If we could start on the left, please, and we'll alternate, but we're going to take 10 at a time. So the floor is yours on the left. Yes, and please remember to introduce yourselves and give us just a point so we know where you're from, which sector, organization.
Good morning. My name is Femi Akibi. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a development consultant. I work in most of the African countries. I am not sure the panelists will be able to answer this question completely, but my take is that there are no countries in the African continent. We have colonial states, marinate as a country. and that our issue are double-headed, head and tail. We are constantly talking on the tail. We don't talk about the head. If we are going to talk about this issue, before the European came to the continent, we have socialism, capitalism, communism under the same system. We are left discussing democracy alone and its consequence. The three things that we need to look at if we are Africans want to address our issues as follows. One, all of us post-slavery and colonialism suffer from scattered consciousness. Second, fragmented identity. And lastly, we also suffer from ego starvation because of the 600 years deprivation of us to mingle with the human family. So my question, when will the African return back to an African-based asili and use African system of culture to help us develop our continent? Thank you.
We're going to take them in groups of 10.
Good morning. My name is Pauline Muchina, and I'm from Kenya. I work for American Friends Service Committee. Great panelists. I have two questions. One, and actually an appeal also to Congresswoman Karen Bass as the chair of the Africa Subcommittee. Our sisters and brothers are internally displaced and externally displaced. Some in Libya right now, they're being sent back to Rwanda. That's not what they want, or will that help them in any way? We have sisters and brothers stuck at the border of US and Mexico, and very little attention is being paid to them. These brothers and sisters are suffering like other immigrants from other areas, but because of language for them and because of the policies that the US government has implemented, it is impossible for them to present their claim of asylum to the US, and Mexico has refused to give them transit visas to come and apply for asylum in the US. That's because of this current administration. So I would like to know from the chair of the Sub-African Committee in Congress what the Congress is going to do about our sisters and brothers, also from Haiti and other places. The second thing is, several African nations are preparing for elections. Not many international community entities are working with them along the way. They usually come when there is violence or when elections have taken place and then there is post-election violence. I'm asking what can be done to prevent election violence by working with African countries now before they get to the elections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ntal Alimasi. I am an independent consultant and originally from the DRC. My question will go primarily to Mr. Adote. We saw recently what damage some policies in Brazil have done to the Amazon. Being from the DRC, I'm thinking about the equatorial forest in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I see what policies, both from the West and the DRC, are doing in terms of deforestation. However, my main question is this. The world has stood up asking Brazil to save the earth. So I expect they will do the same about the DRC. But I'm saying, why should the DRC or Brazil to that mind the cause for the world to save the earth that the polluters are responsible for when they don't even hear the calls from the poor countries to help them save their poor, help them with industrialization or developing their own countries.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Mojuba Olufunke Okome, and I'm a professor of political science at Brooklyn College. So for Ahmed, I think A+ is problematic. Because I'm wondering, what role do women have in shaping the post-protest transition? And what kind of concrete positions are going to be available to women in that post-transitional arrangement? Also, for everybody, concretely, what would Pan-Africanism look like today? Especially because, there's this overture to the diaspora from the continent that the diaspora is the sixth region of the continent. Plus, we have a free trade area for the whole continent and a lot of talk about freedom of movement. But then there's xenophobia, not just in South Africa where it's most extreme, but in a lot of countries in our continent.
Can we leave it at the third question, please?
So what do you see as the prospect of Pan-Africanism? And the diaspora should be an important aspect of that, but not just the positive, but, the challenges.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ismail Kushkush. I'm an independent journalist. My question is on U.S. foreign policy on Sudan. Since 2001, U.S. foreign policy on Sudan is focused on security, and many believe that actually enabled Bashir to stay in power for so long. Concern that many Sudanese have, whether on the ground or in the diaspora, is that the overlapping interests of regional countries like Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Egypt will be cemented by the current administration's or what seems to be approach to Sudan. Is there a clear U.S. foreign policy on Sudan that will enable civilian rule to happen?
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Shegun Adeniji. I'm from Nigeria. I was born in Freetown. So I think
my brother, Kushe.
Thank you. My question relates to the youth bulge. Everywhere, I think every panelist today has spoken about that problem. There don't seem to be any specific interventions, any specific engagements directed at African leaders. The youth population is a problem, obviously. We're sitting on a powder keg, and I think the fuse has been lit. But at what point do international organizations, do world leaders target African leaders, especially the sit-tight ones, who only call on their younger citizens when it's election time, and then obviously they go on and forget them. And also, it might seem a bit trite, but a situation where you get chairmen of party youth wings who are septuagenarians. I think that obviously provides an illustration of how bad things are. So I'm just wondering at what point and to what degree of engagement one is going to have these important conversations.
Thank you. Last couple of questions for this batch on that side.
Good morning. My name is Nia Kwete. I'm now an independent consultant. I think that we must remember we are speaking from Washington, D.C. It's important to analyze the problems on the continent and what the AU and African governments should do, no question about it. But we are just a few blocks from the White House and from the Congress, and we pay taxes here. So I think we should also focus on what the U.S. should do or not do. This is a democratic country. The policies of the government should reflect the will of the voters, which means us. And therefore, my question for all the panelists is, if you were the Assistant Secretary for Africa today, how and what would you do better than Mr. Naj is doing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir and gentlemen. My name is Aisha Diallo. I'm from Guinea. Hi, Aisha. So, people will wonder why she's talking about Guinea. Congresswoman Karen Bass just mentioned my president's name. He's here. He's not in a state visit. He's on his second and last term. But the problem, before we're talking about Cameroon, we're talking about Sudan, than preventing than coming and heal. Why not prevent it? I know my question will go to Dr. Christopher. I already met him. I'm a member of the Front National to defend our democracy in Guinea. We have a young democracy. We can call him as our fourth elected president. It's 2 terms, 5 years each. This is his 9th year. Next year is supposed to be election. He just started asking us to change our constitution. But the problem is not about modifying the constitution. He did an interview with a Senegalese journalist. They asked him the questions. He said, if you modify your constitution, it's automatically a 3rd term for me. If you change your constitution, the clock turn around. I can go for 2 terms. So, in Guinea, my constitution said, if you go to www.guinean constitution, it will tell you on Article 151, 52, 53 about it. If you have 2 successive terms, you cannot run for 3rd term. But for him, he have started some project in Guinea. He have to finish it. And we know state is a continuity. You cannot say there are nobody we cannot change. Please, Dr. Christopher, I know you have appointment either today or tomorrow with him. He have appointment with Congresswoman Karen Bass. We are asking you, we pleading with you not to have the same one as Cameroon, as Sudan next year, because it will happen. We don't want a bloodshed in my country. He's gonna be the first president we're gonna have. We say, oh, this is our old former president. We don't have it in Guinea. They always stay in power. We don't have, yesterday I was at the Voice of America to reboot his interview to tell you that he's old, he cannot even remember. When they interview him, he say, oh, even the US have 27 constitution, come on, 27 amendment.
Point
Please
taken.
ask him not to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. On that side, please.
Yes, I'm Moses Perry. I'm an African-American entrepreneur with a focus on continental Africa. The panel has already addressed the issue of, you've graded African Union with political implications. My question to the entire panel has to do with your sense of encouragement as to the potential use of economic institutions in conflict resolution and problem solving. I mean, notably, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was recently ratified. It is in effect now. There are regional communities, ECOWAS and Anglophone Africa, the CMAC countries, Francophone. So we know that economics and finance drive history. They make things happen. So my question to you is, to what extent do you see these significant recent developments on the side of economic institutions, regionally and continentally, to solve conflict resolutions? And finally, Cameroon is just a microcosm of this problem because it's an Anglophone, Francophone issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Final question for this phase on that side.
Thank you. My name is Vivian Lowry Derrick. I'm the President Emerita of the Bridges Institute, which focuses on strengthening African governance and democracy. And I'm Mende by background.
Thank you.
My question is, well, first, a couple of comments. One is that two of you spoke about the importance of civil society, and particularly women in the case of Sudan. And I think it's something that we have to continue to reinforce, because in so many cases, still women are really disadvantaged in terms of politics on the continent. And Lauren, when you spoke of Ethiopia and Prime Minister Abiy and the real strong accomplishments there, one of the accomplishments was the opening with Eritrea, because it really changed both the economic and political dynamics of that part of the continent, and the humanitarian rewards of that, and the opening up peoples was really, really very, very important. My question is about the ongoing conflict in the Sahel, which is really an existential crisis as stated by Sahelian governments. You know that Morocco to Spain is basically 10 or 12 kilometers. And this crisis is really expanding not only to Europe, and we know what's going on there, but it's expanding south also into northern Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, et cetera. The area has really weak governments and governance, and a schism really that's developing between people, the citizens and their elected governments. Plus the violence has now escalated to inter-ethnic violence, and this is something entirely new and really, really disturbing. So I'd ask any of the panelists who would be willing to address this, what does one do to, one, keep international attention on this issue that it's inflamed, and two, how can we help to have civil society and governments be in coalition against fighting ISIS and the other terrorist elements? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we have 10 questions. Handing it over to the panelists. You don't have to answer every question. It's open to you, whoever wants to go first, and feel free to respond.
I'll take a crack at just 3 of the questions. The one from our sister from Kenya, the question from Nigeria, from the gentleman from Nigeria, and the question from our sister from Guinea. On Kenya, I am one of those who believes very strongly that Africa is part of the world, but Africa has what it takes to survive without the rest of the world. We've got the resources, tremendous resources. Everybody comes to Africa to seek resources from the continent. We've got people. We're 1.2 billion people. And with the projections that are being made by 2050, in fact, we are the fastest growing continent on the surface of the earth. We've got everything it takes. There is no reason why Africa should generate internally displaced persons and refugees. I was in Cape Town last week, and so I lived through the negative repercussions of the xenophobic attacks. And it's a very sad story, because in South Africa today, there are over 5 million Zimbabweans living in South Africa as refugees, some of them under very difficult conditions. But I think that captures the real problem that we face on the continent, which is a problem of leadership and a problem of management of resources. If we had visionary leadership, and if we managed our resources properly, we wouldn't have the number of refugees and internally displaced persons that we have across the continent. Zimbabwe used to be the breadbasket of Southern Africa. Today, everybody refers to Zimbabwe as the basket case. And this was all because of bad governance, poor governance, that young, able people now feel compelled to leave their countries and take all the risk to be able to find greener pastures elsewhere. On the border with Mexico, our sister from Kenya raised that. I'm shocked by stories that say that after the Mexicans, the next country with the highest number of people at the Mexican border, Mexican-US border, is Cameroon. Who would have thought that people would leave Cameroon and find their way to the border between Mexico and the United States, trying to get into the United States because they're fleeing from conflict, which is all man-made in a country that has everything to provide for 25 million people. So I think we have to raise these issues and plead for Congresswoman Bass and members of the Congressional Black Caucus and other U.S. lawmakers to intercede on behalf of our brothers and sisters. But we also need to do a lot of introspection. And we also have to call our leaders to create the conditions in the respective countries that would allow for each African to feel at home where he or she was born. And that even if the move to look for other opportunities, it should be a voluntary move. It shouldn't be because the conditions in their home countries are so drastic and so dramatic and so tragic that they have to go around looking for better pasture elsewhere. Our sister also raised the question about elections and election violence. That's something that we all worry about because it speaks to the point I made in my initial remarks, my opening remarks, about the fact that democracy across Africa today is widespread, but an inch deep. It's not that deep, and we still have elections that are conflictual, whereas elections ought to be a celebration of our democracy. And all too often, we have countries where there's dispute over the electoral framework, where there is a dispute over the electoral outcome, and where the political space has shrunk to the point where people feel that they have to take up arms to make their voices heard. I think that's something that we're going to continue to combat, and the international community, having participated or organized a lot of international observation missions, your point is well taken, that these delegations should go into the country way in advance of the elections and not wait to show up on election day and make recommendations. I think that's, the point is well taken, and there has been an effort to come up with a methodology that obliges international organizations to conduct good office missions, pre-election missions, way in advance of election day, and to be able to conduct themselves in a way that can help mitigate violence in these countries. I'm very heartened by the fact that in a number of African countries, Africans themselves have become experts in organizing domestic observation missions because they have the numbers, they know the country, and we have seen in recent elections in Nigeria, in Ghana, even in Zimbabwe, in Kenya, the very important role that Africans themselves, domestic observers, have played in helping enhance transparency and credibility of elections, and I hope that that's a role that they could continue to take on.
Thank you. Chris, let's get everyone else in, just because we have to get so many more questions.
I apologize, but I'll come back to the question from Guinea, because it's an important question.
It is, and let's just do a pass, Ahmed.
Sure. Yeah, just very briefly on the questions on Sudan. Role of there were two questions that are interrelated about the role of women and the role of civil society. Without women, without a vibrant civil society, the uprising in Sudan could not have succeeded. But unfortunately, what we're seeing now is that women are not being recognized for that role in this transition. For example, the cabinet, which was appointed a week ago, only has 4 women out of 20 positions. The Sovereignty Council, which is the head of state of Sudan, only has 2 women out of 11 members. Technically now, if we consider this the head of state, Sudan has women representing the head of state, but obviously not in an equal share. At the same time, I think that women will, seize these opportunities. They're not going to stand by the sidelines. We see that there are pressures from various groups to ensure that women are playing a central role in this transition and reclaiming their rightful place. On Sudan and U.S. foreign policy, I think the U.S. for a long time has played let me be careful here.
The clock is ticking.
Yeah. I think the U.S.'s engagement with Sudan has always been framed around a fear of losing leverage on Sudan. So always holding a card in order to pressure the government to do something. Now the United States needs to play a very positive role in making sure that this transition succeeds. I think moving forward, there's an opportunity to ensure that debt relief is secured, obviously the lifting of the name of Sudan off the list of state sponsors of terrorism, and at the same time making sure that the transition itself is not hampered. Finally, just quickly on elections, I think that's an excellent point being raised. I think elections oftentimes, in particular, are pushed as this quick fix to help people get a say. But in fact, if we want democracy, democracy is not just about contestation, it's also about representation, participation, and rights. If people aren't getting their rights, then elections can oftentimes be a really shallow, as Chris said, cover for real deep institutional and cultural challenges that many countries in Africa face.
Important points. Thank you, Lauren.
All right. Many great questions. I will try to be brief. I want to address, to begin with, the issue of the youth bulge. This is a critically important issue, and it's a complex one. Some people talk about it in negative terms, as though it's this, avalanche waiting to fall. On the other hand, it's an incredible opportunity, and that has to be acknowledged. There was an interesting article this week in the magazine Foreign Policy on encouraging young people in Africa to think about politics. It's not as sexy as being a young entrepreneur, but he made the point that more people need to get into politics because this is how you change things. And you look at places like Sudan and Ethiopia, those changes that have come about in the last year came about as a result primarily of young people taking to the streets, young people taking risks that their parents hadn't taken. And that is critically important. The question for both of those countries now is how do you keep those young people engaged in a positive way? Both of those countries, of course, Ethiopia is in a different place economically, but still facing some serious economic challenges. There aren't enough jobs to go around. So what do all of those young people in Sudan who spent months on the streets arguing for change, what do they do now? How do these new civilian authorities harness those young people? How do those civil society organizations that got mobilized harness those young people to help bring the change forward without a lot of money in the government budget to do so? Politics, young people in politics, it's a mixed bag. And because of the high levels of unemployment in some countries, you get young people who are vulnerable to being manipulated by politicians, particularly around elections. A number of countries where young people are mobilized for good or better around elections. Nigeria, Kenya, you get a level of violence that is associated with young people associated with political parties. How can civil society groups and political parties change that? How can young people take more ownership in a positive way? I think these are things that we need to think about. I think about the country of Uganda, which has an incredibly young population, a large unemployment rate. Some people say that Uganda is a powder keg right now. You have an aging leader who has been around for a while. You have a young and upcoming opposition leader who wants to harness this thing called people power. He has generated a lot of excitement among young people. And yet he's not allowed to hold concerts. His rallies are cracked down upon. Elections are a little ways away in Uganda, but I think the temperature is rising in some of these countries where young people don't find that they have a voice. Ethiopia and Eritrea, critically important rapprochement between those countries, but it's not done. And I think many people thought that we would see a political opening along the lines of what we saw in Ethiopia, in Eritrea. That hasn't happened. And I think sadly the sort of outflowing of people from Eritrea has continued. Ethiopia has opened its doors, but we haven't seen the political change in Eritrea that I think many people thought somehow Abiy was going to trigger. And that is something that continues to be a concern. U.S. foreign policy in Sudan, Ismail, we could talk for a very long time. The reality is that the U.S. has leverage. Whether the United States uses it and how it uses it and who it uses it with going forward is really important. I thought it was very, very notable and important. Congress was very outspoken in favor of the civilian protesters this year, and the administration was as well. And the U.S. used its leverage at some critical times with those Gulf actors. Whether they continue to do that going forward is a question. How much support financially and otherwise the United States and other Western countries bring to bear to help these reformers in government make these changes and turn around a corrupt system, it's going to be a big challenge.
I'll try and be very quick. I think Pauline's point about the way African asylum seekers are being treated is part of a larger crisis that's facing the United States and how it treats its obligations on asylum seekers, migrants, and immigration. And that is actually going to be something that constituents in the United States are going to have to try to reverse the last couple of years of the Trump administration. The gentleman who asked me about climate change and about why African governments and countries should be making sacrifices, I think that's the problem. We have to reframe the challenge of climate change. No one wins if no one changes policies. And African countries have the least capacity to deal with the impact of climate change. That's the honest truth. We don't have the resources. The extreme changes in weather patterns are going to impact livelihoods, food production, disease, the spread of disease, and they're going to displace people. It's in our own interest to do the things that we need to do, and that requires leadership and vision. But it also requires, I agree with him, advocacy to the developed countries that are driving climate change and changing their emissions outputs and their carbon footprints. So the two are linked together and have to be pursued together. Again, that is going to take leadership and education by African governments of their constituents who are going to have to be educated and given new opportunities in a green new market. I think the role, the situation in the Sahel is one of the fundamental challenges. It's a mess. But I would say that the initial problem is that none of those governments are being transparent about what they're doing, which is working, and what's not, even to their own partners. I think President Buhari has claimed victory over Boko Haram at least 5 or 6 times. Boko Haram is still killing people. You don't even get any statistics from the government of Cameroon, and certainly not from Chad and Niger. The situations in Mali are particularly disturbing. So we have to have an honest assessment, first of all. We also have to have a real discussion over whether these governments still believe that military solutions are the only way to stop these armed insurgent groups, because if they are, then we're in big trouble. I think I would end probably by the most interesting question from my brother Nee about what I would do as Assistant Secretary of State. I would say that the first thing would be to use what power I have as a convener of dialogue between governments and civil society. The challenges facing the continent can't be solved by one sector of the country. It's going to take the inclusion of academics, of thinkers, of community leaders, as well as of elected and in some cases unelected people. And if we can't change that fundamental dynamic, we're not going to get ahead. And I think Assistant Secretary Naj is familiar and committed to trying to do what's best, both for Africa as well as for the national interest of the United States. But there's a reluctance to try and encourage, facilitate, build dialogue and collaboration between civil societies in Africa and African governments.
Thank you so much for that. And the last few questions, please, before we wrap up. We have a few people on either side, starting on the left.
Hello, everyone. My name is Usman Kamara. I am from the Ivory Coast. I am a political, social activist, former business person. And my intervention is more to call for a solution, but a call to the diaspora and the call to Dr. Christopher Fumunyo. The diaspora, why? I remember when Aisha Sise got awarded, everybody was around, this is our daughter. Why? That was in my family, because my family is originally from Sierra Leone, and my mother is Sise, and it was a big event. We are proud of what diaspora shows us when they succeed. At the same moment, on the other side of the picture, when Dr. Christopher Fumunyo was visiting Ivory Coast lately, I met him there. But before his visit, the whole government of Ivory Coast was shaking. For one person representing the NDI visiting the Ivory Coast because of the prospect of the election in 2020. Because the NDI is playing a critical role, and that critical role should be taken seriously. This will prevent thousands of people dying, being hurt, and being displaced, both in Guinea and in the Ivory Coast. These two presidents have been fighting for a long time to hold on to power, to grab power. They finally got it. They have a constitution allowing them for 2 terms. They are above reaching the end of the second terms, and they are changing the constitution to run for a 3rd term, and this will bring trouble, and there is a civil war ahead preparing in the Ivory Coast. So the call is for Dr. Fumunyo, please stand, do your job for our countries to be in peace. They fear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, they're afraid of you. On that side.
Hi, my name is Jerusalem Bekele. I'm from Ethiopia originally. I grew up in Washington, D.C., went to high school and college and so on and so forth. Growing up during the Ethiopian famine of the 70s, of the early 70s, it had affected me very, very deeply. So I decided I will do water resources engineering and solve the problem of Ethiopia, believe it or not. That's how I grew up. Now, I looked at the situation and I said to myself, 85% of the waters of the Niles that feeds millions downstream, and here you have Ethiopia suffering from the worst drought in Africa. I said, this doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. So I went to school doing my engineering stuff. I was the only woman in the class. I was the only black person in most classes. So I stuck it out saying, yes, women will change the world. Now, we look at the problems in Africa. We said, okay, there aren't enough women in power. There aren't, the constitution is wrong. So-and-so is of ethnic background and doesn't do well by us, etc., etc. And I think I've always held the opinion that if people make a livelihood where they are, they have no reason to have a conflict over. And this conflict is basically about water. So I'm wondering, and I have many heated discussions with my compatriots, and they said, oh, so-and-so is Oromo, so-and-so is this and that. No, it is about making people, enabling them to make a livelihood where they are. And climate change is a big, big issue in the mix. I'm glad one panelist touched on the subject, but it is the crux of the problem. Number 2, that I have not been able to, I haven't seen in any discussion of problem and solution is there was a big land grab from everywhere else in Africa. People are buying large sections of the country. Ethiopia was number 3.
No, can we stick, I'm so sorry, can we keep it to the 2? So what is your main question, because we're almost out of time,
okay.
Climate change.
My main question is, what the land grab is, the Oromos don't know that their land has been sold already. Okay? When they're told to move on, of course they're going to say, look, So that subject has not been touched upon by anybody that I've seen discuss the problems in Africa.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to stick to the people who are standing up now, and those will be the final questions on that side.
My name is Femi Odede. I'm the publisher of the African Pathfinder here in Washington, D.C. My issue has to do, and the question has
And can we keep it to questions now, because we're almost out of time, please?
Yes, the African diaspora, that is both the original and us, that we have to go back to the era of the Dubois and all that, because the major problem in Africa is one of the neo-colonial countries where you have all the governments making attempts to sustain the countries, and in the process, they end up instituting violence. All the security agencies in Africa were colonial creations, which were aimed at suppressing the peoples of Africa. And that was what gave rise to the current country. So if we don't address that problem, we won't be addressing anything. And then in the question of identity, you see, when they took them here 400 years ago,
Let's get to the question, please.
And then, like Cameroon, I will use Cameroon as an example, not because of anything. You know, the meaning of Cameroon is shrimps. So when we say we are Cameroonians, I'm not a Cameroonian. When we say we are Cameroonians, we are saying we are shrimps. That was the name they gave us. And most African
I must ask you to get to the question.
So the question is, how do we now address the question of identity as Africans?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't know that about Cameroon and shrimps. But I'll ask you to confirm on that side, please.
Okay. Good morning, all.
Good morning.
I'm Olufumilayo Folaranmi, Associate Professor of Social Work from University of Ibadan, Nigeria. I have two issues. One, I came to the U.S., that's University of Philadelphia School of Social Work in 2003, and I was told to introduce myself to the students because I was going to have a hands-on experience in school social work. And I was surprised about the negativity, all the negatives information that the students had about Africa. And so when I was to introduce myself, I just thought about the positives, in Africa. And I, showed them, like our dressing, the way we conducted naming ceremonies, wedding ceremonies, burials, take care of the elderly, So when I told them all of these things, so it was then that they accepted me as an individual. They thought that I'm an African and there's nothing good about Africa.
Sure.
What they know about Africa are all negatives. So I'm thinking that is there a way that we can repackage and and make all these African values, make them available to the entire world, so that we can use most of these things to solve these problems.
Thank you. We're going to have to wrap it at one
more question.
I'm so sorry, my darling. We're down to 3 minutes, so I'll take the first question. But it's a very important one about rebranding Africa, and I think it is critical to end on. So thank you. Final 2 questions, and I'll ask the panelists to keep their answers brief, please.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Myriam Carnus. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire, and I'm a lawyer. My question is to Dr. Fomunyo. So I understood from your presentation that one reason of the division in Cameroon is that there is one group which want to keep the Anglo-Saxon way of education and the common law system, and I assume the other one wants to keep the civil law system and the French administrative structure, I assume. So what my perception is that there is a conflict between the French system and the British system happening in Africa. So if we put aside this heritage of colonialism, what do the people of Cameroon have in common, and what was the reason why they decided in 1961 to create only one country, one nation, and whether today it is still possible for the people of Cameroon to get united around these principles?
That's a good question. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have a question? Okay, final question of the session, please. If you could make it a question and brief, please.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Tato. I'm from southern Cameroon, what we today call Ambazonia. I'm very happy that Dr. Fomenyo is here. This question is going to be directed to him particularly, and by extension, Congresswoman Karibas. I tried to engage with her before she left. We have a lot that's going on. I'm the publisher of National Telegraph. I'm based here in Washington. Like one other person indicated, we pay taxes to the American government. I work for the capital in Washington, D.C., so I pay my taxes both to the federal government and Maryland, where I stay. And surprisingly, for 3 years running, or 4 years, our kids back home have not gone to school in the 2 English-speaking regions, what we call Ambazonia, or Southern Cameroons. And we pay taxpayers' money. And we want to say so far we are grateful to what the U.S. government is doing and other international partners. But when Congresswoman went down to Cameroon, she went down with Cordell, I think, Congressional Overseas Delegation, if that's right. And when she came back, they made very sweeping statements that the Cameroon government should free political activists from French Cameroon, why they should swiftly judge and probably sentence those from the 2 English-speaking regions. And I think the government acted based on the Congresswoman's advice. And when the Congresswoman came back, the leaders were jailed, they were given live jail. Now, we have an armed conflict, they are killing people, close to over more than 13,000 to be precise. And Dr. Fomenyo is here, and if we remember what's going on in Africa, the most serious thing that keeps every Africa on their feet is Rwanda, the genocide in Rwanda. And this same thing is repeating itself in Southern Cameroon, and it would appear to me that the international community is not addressing...
Is there a question coming?
Yes, the international community is not addressing the issue enough. And I want to ask this panel, is it a crime for people who were formerly independent to retain their independence, to restore their independence? Is it a crime for people who had their own government before to decide to say we have been in a marriage that did not go well because there were political manipulations and the French Cameroon government, which is the majority, has marginalized us, brutalized us.
Thank you.
Corrupted our system and assimilated us. Is it a crime for us to have what we call self-determination?
Thank you.
That's my question.
It's an important question, and I thank you. And I thank everyone who stood up and shared their comments and questions this morning. We are hurtling towards the finish line, so I ask you to make your responses brief, please. But please go ahead, whoever wants to go first. Although, Chris, you are the man of the hour,
start,
to be fair.
I'm going to let Chris just sort of cover the rest of it.
Okay.
I'm just going to very quickly cover the issue of land that was raised. Land contestation of ownership, of use, is a problem across the continent. In Ethiopia, in Sudan, in South Sudan, in Nigeria, in Congo, in South Africa, in Zimbabwe. It's a critical issue. It's political. And in each country it's different. I think there isn't enough thought about sort of broadly how to tackle that issue, and within each country it's very difficult. It is probably one of the most critical issues facing most of those governments that I named in one way or another. I don't have any great solutions for it, but I just want to acknowledge that it is a serious challenge we should all be thinking more about.
Thank you. Adete.
I'll echo what Lauren just said. Land, I think one thing all 4 of us would probably agree on is that you have to have institutions that people trust, that are transparent, and you have processes. That doesn't mean you're going to get solutions easily, but at least people should have the faith that their voices, their claims, and their link to the land is respected, acknowledged, and is included in whatever solution the outcomes. I would also add that another complicating factor is the role of outside investment. And these are the big agribusinesses that are basically buying up food production capacity. Those are playing a huge role, and governments are looking for infusions of cash. The one thing that none of us have talked about today is China and the One Belt Initiative and what role that is going to play, but that is out there. I think the lady from Ethiopia talked about climate change again, and she boiled it down to water, and I would say I don't disagree. Again, it's an issue of leadership and inclusion of communities and people who are in the areas that they're in, because that is indeed the only best solution of trying to build capacity and adaptation for communities that are dealing with climate change and a lack of water. I think the last question, which is really a very interesting one, is about identity and as Africans and these structures that we inherited from the colonial period. That's a discussion that is going to take years, and it's much broader than any of the four of us can really contribute to. I think one thing I would throw out there is that, again, the discussion and inclusion of peoples, different peoples, has to be a part of it. There was an earlier question about Pan-Africanism. We can't have that discussion if people are being arrested for expressing their opinions or dissenting with the voices. And Pan-Africanism can't be defined by government. In fact, the articulation of it in the liberation period was not by government. It was by people who were going into government. And unfortunately, they forgot quite a lot of it when they got into power. So maybe that's what we need to do, is to have this discussion happening outside of government affairs and government and political leadership, because it's a very profound one.
Thank you. And to the final two, Ahmed and Chris, you know the dangers of going last, right? You get like a minute each, Ahmed.
Well, just to add pressure, I'm going to actually yield my comments to Dr. Chris.
I thank the gentleman who spoke on behalf of Sudan. I just want to acknowledge and thank my sister Aisha from Guinea and my brother Camara from Cote d'Ivoire for what you're doing to sensitize the international opinion, but also people back home about their rights as citizens, their rights and responsibilities, and the need to have institutions that citizens can trust. I think your work is bearing fruit internationally, because more people are now seized with developments in your two countries, and it's also bearing fruit back home because more and more people are becoming aware of their political rights and the need for them to have voice and to have a seat at the table. I was in Guinea 3 weeks ago, met with the FNDC, which is your group, and got a good briefing on how much work is being done to raise citizen awareness in Guinea, and in the hope that for the first time in its history since 1958, Guinea may be able to have a transition from a president who was democratically elected to another president. That's our hope for Guinea, and I think that with you and with Camara and with others, we would continue to work collectively to make sure that those objectives can be attained. The last two comments with regards to Cameroon, our sister brought up the question about the heritage for the people of Cameroon. I should just clarify that the tragedy that's unfolding in Cameroon today is not a tragedy between Anglophones and Francophones. It's a dispute between Anglophones and the Biya regime and the way in which Paul Biya has run the country. That's the prism through which to see and understand what's happening in Cameroon today. That's why even in Anglophone Cameroon, you still have Francophones, and they're not being persecuted for that. And in Francophone Cameroon, you still have Anglophones who go about their daily lives and activities. The issue in Cameroon today is between Anglophones and the Biya government. Eric, I really commend your efforts. I really appreciate what you do, and you've done a marvelous job in sensitizing not just the US, but internationally, the international community, to the crisis in Cameroon. I think it ties in very well with what Adote said about the role of the diaspora and how active the diaspora has become, and the fact that even by being on better shores, we haven't forgotten the millions of other brothers and sisters that we left behind. So I would commend you and encourage you to continue to do what you're doing, because it's having an impact. It wasn't for nothing that Congresswoman Bass led the CODEL to go to Cameroon. It's because she was hearing day in, day out from the Cameroonian diaspora, and other members of the US administration within the executive branch of government are also hearing the same and commending you for your efforts. So you have to continue to do that. You cannot let go, because you may be the only voice that's able to raise the concerns of the people of Anglophone Cameroon. and to make sure that the international community is sensitized to that. You may just have missed out on my opening remarks in which I went through the inventory list of the impact, the negative impact on this crisis on Anglophones in Cameroon with all the statistics that you mentioned. I think that was already shared with plenary. And I will encourage you and members of the diaspora, read large, not just those that came in yesterday, but the African diaspora, African Americans. There is a new dawn on the African continent. There's a younger generation of Africans who want to be governed differently. There's the youth bulge we talked about, which I see as a positive. We're just eager to have the African diaspora at large lend its support so that we can make the best use of these opportunities that the African continent continues to provide, not just for its people, but for the entire globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for Chris, Ahmed, Lauren, and Adotei. My thanks to you. I'm so grateful that you gave up so much of your time. If I could leave you with one parting thought, we need to keep this dialogue going. And more importantly, we have to remember that it's going to be collective action that will find the solutions to Africa's problems. No one individual, organization, or country can solve it. We need to come together. So thank you for being with us on this morning. Thank you.
For a few minutes. She'll be back a little later. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jeanette Yarwood. I'm the staff director for the House Subcommittee on Africa, and I work closely with Rep. Bass on her Africa policy. I am going to introduce the next panel. Just go? Okay. Panel 2 is titled Promoting African and American Business. A cornerstone of African development includes attracting investment and creating jobs. As of 2015, sub-Saharan Africa's combined apparel and footwear market was worth a reported $31 billion. African nations have the potential to become even major players in the garment manufacturing industry. How can African countries utilize the remaining years of AGOA? Where does the BUILD Act and the new Development Finance Corporation fit in? How can diaspora get more involved in African business? Those are some of the issues we intend to delve into with this panel. Let me start by introducing your moderator, Dr. Lema Senbet. He is the William E. Mayer Chair, Professor of Finance at Smith School of the University of Maryland. He is also the Executive Director of the African Economic Research Consortium. Over the last 30 years, he has advised the World Bank, the IMF, the United Nations, and other international institutions on issues of financial sector reform and capital market development. Professor Senbet has published over 60 papers in leading academic journals and has been twice elected the Director of American Finance Association. Professor Senbet has been inducted into the Financial Economists Roundtable, a distinguished group of financial economists who have made significant contributions to finance and who work to add their knowledge to current policy debates. With that, I will ask Dr. Senbet to introduce the panelists. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So we need to wake up, you know. It's real honor for me to be here. And I really wish and convey my gratitude to Congresswoman Bass and Congressional Black Caucus for this privilege to moderate this distinguished panel. Let me introduce our distinguished panel, beginning with Joe Magwan. He is Senior Vice President of VH Corp, and has extensive experience in developing progressive supply chain solutions with Fortune 500 multinational consumer product companies. And he also told me that he has a lot of experience with industrial parks, and I will be coming back to him to actually weigh in the area of industrial parks. And then our second panelist is Worku Gachu. He is the acting managing director for OPEC. Our third panelist is Neil Gordon, and the founder and CEO of Global Agricultural Exchange. And with this, I also wanted to tell you what my connection is with Africa. First, I was born.
I'm sorry, I have to make a comment. We actually had a woman on the panel. I couldn't let it go without saying that I understand that it's not gender balanced.
Okay.
Because of schedules, we had someone slip out, but I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge that at the head of the panel.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think this session is going to be very, very interactive. Okay, there will be extensive audience participation. I see a lot of women in the audience. So I'll be expecting women participation from the audience as well. So in terms of my African credentials, I was born in Ethiopia. I came here way back before many of you were born. And then I decided to give something back to the motherland. So what I did was take a 5-year leave of absence from the University of Maryland, and I went to serve the motherland. And I was actually in charge of African Economic Research Consortium. I was CEO. And this is the largest research and training network in Africa. And Africa has many wonderful success stories, and this is one of them. And let me mention to you why. We have witnessed many African countries growing very, very fast. In fact, it is the home of many fast-growing countries in the world. And we often talk about what drives this. Why this growth? We talk about commodities, empowerment of private initiatives, reforms of finance, reforms of economies. What people often forget is somebody is making a decision. That decision has to be guided by rigor and evidence. So the primary goal of ARC was to bring rigor and evidence to economic policy making in Africa. So you see the ARC products all over the continent. And today I saw someone from Sudan at the podium. The Prime Minister of Sudan is a long-standing network of ARC. Ibrahim al-Badawi, France Minister and Deputy is Research Director of ARC. So today's panel is on Africa and America business. And we're going to get into 3 areas. The first one is contextualized around AGOA. AGOA is going to expire in 2025. We have just 6 more years left. What are we going to do? What kind of sectors and industries do we have to grow to take the full advantage of the remaining duration of AGOA? The second, this is another series of big stories in Africa. As you know, Africa ended up launching the largest trading bloc in the entire globe. Okay? And it's called very much like NAFTA, AFCFTA. And we need to know how this trading bloc, this integration, is going to impact and what kind of opportunities would provide for African businesses and also American businesses, and we'll be talking about that. And then, this was Africa side. There was also something big that came out on the US side. There is a pretty big initiative called Prosper Africa. And this Prosper Africa, I think, came about as a result of pressure coming from Chinese engagement. You know, China, as you know, is the largest trading partner in Africa. And it's not the largest investor, by the way. Sometimes people confuse. It's the largest trading partner. China is everywhere. It is in trade. It is in retail. It's not just the government. You have Chinese individuals. So China has been big. And one of the key advantages of Chinese engagement with Africa is to create peer pressure. Even the US woke up one day and say, oh, China's taken over. So I think what Prosper Africa does is consolidate disparate activities of many agencies so as to capacitate businesses doing or engage with Africa. And one of the things I liked, by the way, was they're also engaged in the capacity building of African businesses as well, in terms of their ability to conform to best practices globally, transparency, accountability, and so on. So we'll be discussing about that. And the third, all this requires money. So we have actually an expert here looking at a variety of financing options that will help us enhancing the competitiveness of African businesses, the competitiveness of American businesses as well, because they may not be as competitive in terms of dealing with Africa. So it's really this mutuality of benefits. So we have two big events and developments on the agenda. I don't even know how they're going to pan out. One is this largest trading bloc in the entire globe, and then this big initiative called Prosper Africa. By the way, the irony of this Prosper Africa, you know where it was launched? It was launched in Maputo, Mozambique. You know where the conference, there was a conference center. That conference center was built by whom? Chinese, okay? And there's a lot of China, actually, in Maputo. So the irony was this initiative that probably came as a result of being inspired by the China engagement, ended up being launched at the China facility. So I think with this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call on each one of the panelists. The first one really dealing with how do we take advantage of the remaining 6 years of AGWA? What kind of sectors should we be mobilizing? And then I think also discussion of industrial parks in that context. And I'll be calling on Joe McGowan. I think, yeah, proceed.
Okay. So thank you very much, Lehman. I just want to thank Representative Bass for her great partnership. First of all, inviting me today to speak. She's been a great partner for us as I talk about our adventures and our business in sub-Saharan East Africa. She was very instrumental in supporting the renewal of AGOA in 2015. And that 10-year renewal was very instrumental in the success that we've seen from AGOA in the first 4 years. So I want to thank her for her support. Just to tell you a little bit about my company, as Lima said, I am the Executive Vice President of PVH. PVH is a global apparel company. You may know us by some of the brands we own: Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, Izod, Van Heusen. We sell product all over the world, both apparel and footwear. We have a supply chain as a supply chain all over the world to service our customers. Much like many apparel companies, a lot of product in the past has come from places like Asia, and India subcontinent. And as we grew our business in Europe and other places, we were looking for the next place to put our footprint down from a global supply chain standpoint. And we looked all over the world, and when you look at apparel, what's key of apparel is a source of labor, a source of energy, and potentially to be able to grow cotton, right? And we looked at it from the standpoint is what places in the world can we go from fiber all the way to fashion, to the finished product? And Africa was an obvious choice. So back in 2013, PVH, as well as other folks, went to East Africa, and they looked and spoke with different governments, and we spoke with the Ethiopian government. We met with trade ministers there, and we really felt like they understood what we were trying to get done. And it matched up with their 2025 declaration of manufacturing or light manufacturing advancements that they wanted to hit by 2025. So we set forth on a path of building an industrial park with some of the best multinationals in the world on both the fabric mill and garment manufacturing side. We built a facility, or we went to a facility that was actually part of the Belt and Road Initiative for China. You know, there was an infrastructure there. There were railroads. There were roads. Folks that have been in Ethiopia can see that. It's some of the best infrastructure that actually exists in any places that the apparel industry works in today, right from day one. And we saw a big opportunity there. Today, you look at it, 3 years later, there's 30,000 operators there. 90% of the operators are women. We are starting to see, significant increases in interest there, growing interest. It's been a great success, but it certainly has had its challenges. We talked about some of the ethnic challenges. The factory is in Hawassa, which is about 300 kilometers south of Addis, in Sidama, and they just declared a vote for independence. So we've had a lot of ethnic conflict there, and as a result, labor is hard to come by, and steady labor is hard to come by. We're looking at infrastructure. We're working with folks, organizations like USAID, DFID, GIZ to help work on the housing challenges. But there's a heck of a lot more to do, right? Infrastructure-wise, I think banking, logistics, customs continues to be a challenge. But overall, I think we would say that we're very pleased with the start. Our manufacturing there, as well as some of the partners there, have increased fivefold in 3 years. And we've been able to produce a lot of value-added product that was actually value-built in Ethiopia in a very short period of time. Many folks that have looked on the outside have said that Ethiopia has jumped significantly ahead of even countries like China and Bangladesh, who took 20 years to get manufacturing going. We've done it in a short period of time, but a lot more to do. And we can talk more about that as we speak the rest of them in this panel. So I think my time's up.
Great. Thank you. It's great to be with everyone here this afternoon. I want to quickly start off by thanking Ms. Bass. I was fortunate enough before my current job, I worked on the Committee on Foreign Affairs, so I was able to work closely with her and her office, and she's been a leader on issues impacting Africa in Congress. So it's great to be reconnected. So I am the Managing Director for Africa at the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. For those of you who aren't aware, OPIC is a U.S. government institution that provides loans and investments and insurance to investors and to business to promote development in emerging and frontier markets. It started from World War II, actually part of the Marshall Plan, where it was established to help rebuild war-torn Europe, and has become a great model to development by spurring the private sector. So ensuring that projects are sustainable, long-term, and do not saddle countries and their people with debt. OPIC has long been active in Africa. Africa has been our largest exposure. Currently, we have about $5.9 billion invested in about 165 different projects across the continent. And I think, in understanding kind of what we do, our mission, our kind of ethos, it is to create sustainable economic growth and create jobs on the continent. And I think to understand the magnitude of the challenges ahead of us, people always talk about the population growth and the population dividend. But from where I sit, the numbers that stand out for me are the number of jobs that need to be created in the next 10 years to actually capture labor entrance into the workforce. And that number is about 100 million in the next 10 years. To meet that amount of job creation, economic growth on the continent needs to be anywhere between 7.5 to 8%. Last quarter, the IMF analysis came out that the continent's economic growth was 3.5%. So essentially, it needs to double if we are to ensure a stable and prosperous future. And so when we look at our investments, we look at across sectors that will stimulate economic growth in the region. So ranging from manufacturing, construction, energy, financial services, things that we believe will be true drivers of growth on the continent. One program that I wanted to share with you all is our Connect Africa program. Launched last year, we've committed $1 billion for investments in 3 sectors: ICT, value chains, and transport and logistics. The first sector, ICT, we're trying to address data access and data connectivity, ensuring that people have reliable and affordable data connectivity and mobile access. An example of an investment that fell within that window is our $120 million commitment to AfriCell, which is a cell phone mobile network operator based in Sierra Leone, Gambia, Eastern Congo. And our investments helped revitalize their cell phone tower infrastructure, but then also ensured that they could expand their networks in rural markets. Our second focus, our second sector, value chains, we're trying to address the perennial problem of the continent of the exporting of goods raw and value being appreciated outside of the continent. And so we are supporting manufacturers and processors who are looking to invest on the continent so that value is appreciated in the regions, in the markets, and jobs are created on the continent. Our third sector, the transport and logistics, we are looking to invest in strategic infrastructure like ports, airports, and roadways, and also to support innovation and technology that's spurring on the continent that's actually trying to utilize these innovations to increase logistic movements throughout the region. And why this sector is critically important is because we're trying to address the astronomical costs of moving goods on the continent. It was mentioned in the opening that OPEC is transitioning into a new entity called the Development Finance Corporation. The BUILD Act, which was signed into law last fall, is, I'd say, one of the most significant changes in U.S. development policy in the past 40 years. The DFC will bring to bear whole new tools that will truly transform and allow us to do more on the continent. And I hope to discuss that more during our Q&A session.
Good afternoon. My name is Neil Gordon. I'm the CEO of Global Agricultural Exchange. We are a fintech company. We're focusing right now on sub-Saharan Africa, where our challenge and our motivation is actually for financial inclusion. And we look at financial inclusion on the macro side, whereas we look at how can African countries be included in the capital market space by increasing the technology that's there for financial transactions. And then we also, on the micro side, are terribly focused on the farmers who are left out of the marketplace, where we are providing mobile banking with Visa, and we're also focusing on creating credit histories and transaction histories for them so that they can actually get access to capital markets. Some of the highlights that I'd like to point out that we think are opportunities in the space, if you look at Silicon Savannah and Kenya, and the digital footprint in Ghana, we're seeing huge opportunities there for digital processing and transactions. We see that in the West African space, especially, that they are leapfrogging US-based technologies, and most everything is being done on mobile phone and mobile phone banking. Some of the things that we specialize in on our platform is it's blockchain based, and that really has to do with transparency, transaction transparency, validation, and proof of work. One of the biggest challenges that we saw was, how do you know that this transaction is true? And how can you increase the actual investment in a particular area or section if you do not know the transaction is non-fraudulent? So we've dealt a lot with that over the past 6 years that we've been there, and our focus on standardizing securities trading is a big push for us, because it's terribly difficult for larger institutions to deploy capital in the regions because it's hard for you to get capital out. So when we think about what happened in redlining in the communities of color here in the US earlier on, the same type of situation is happening for African countries, where they're being left out of the space for raising capital. And what the MD has spoken about here in terms of raising capital, some of the challenges I think that they face also, and I'm sure he can attest to this, is when you're putting a deal together, a bankable deal, it's really difficult to put a bankable deal together when local parties don't have access to credible guarantee institutions of decent size. And so if you're able to get communities into the digital space where there's transaction histories that bankers can actually do statistical analysis and modeling to bring more flows to those areas, then you start to see velocity of capital. And that's really we want to get those markets too. How do we work with the local indigenous market to make sure that we use a product that they understand and a platform that is easily usable, so that bankers and farmers can transact in one marketplace seamlessly? And the last thing I'd like to say, just to keep it short, is that one of the things that makes GaiaX really interesting is that the vertical integration. Once these farmers become a part of the platform as well as countries, we're actually able to leverage local assets. So if a farmer doesn't have cash to actually pay for their medical expenses, the farmer can actually pay in cocoa, coffee, or whatever, or rubber. And because the marketplace is digital, we can actually pay those suppliers in cash, because we need those commodities to actually trade with buyers. And I think that for us, what's critical for us is that we get farmers at least the farm gate price, but now what we want to do in the next 3 years is to get those farmers the market price, and that's real disruption. And I think that for us, that's going to take education, it's going to take time, but more importantly, it's going to take commitment from the governments as well as from GaiaX to actually continue to push in this space. So thank you all, and again, thank you, Karen, for having us here today.
Thank you very much. Before we get into Q&A, let me give you a context about what was said just earlier. We've been talking about growth in Africa. So the biggest issue is not growth. The biggest issue is lack of shared prosperity, inclusivity of development. And then we talked about youth bulge this morning. 70% of the African population is young. This is the youngest continent in the entire globe. And 30% on average of the youth are unemployed. And that accounts for 60% of unemployment in Africa. So I think what is happening now is that the good bright side of the youth bulge, which includes entrepreneurial activities, innovation, is actually being mobilized, and that's one of the things that was being said earlier. So it turns out that when I was in Nairobi, that was the headquarters that ALC was. You see young people, highly entrepreneurial, innovative, and then one of the binding constraints is lack of money, right? There was a mention of fintech. This is a language for financial technology. And a lot of people do not know that fintech was invented in Africa. The first fintech was invented in Africa. That is M-Pesa in Kenya, mobile banking. It kind of spread. And I remember mentioning this at one of these conferences at MENA, people kind of said, and then eventually during the break, the Israelis came, oh, you're right. So what's happening is that over the last couple of years, fintech entrepreneurs are actually flourishing in Kenya, in South Africa, in Nigeria, and they have begun mobilizing resources, not only from just donors, but all of a sudden, they start attracting money from Silicon Valley. So I think one of the things that I would like to see, talking about Africa-America business relationship, it should be tailored towards inclusive growth and addressing agents of inclusivity. That's the youth, the women, the small farmers. And agriculture is big in Africa, but not very productive. But you make it more productive, create more value, and also have agricultural entrepreneurs from the youth. Those are the areas that we're trying to get maybe from Prosperous Africa and also from OPEC moving forward. And also the new trading bloc, just one last statement. The trading agreement is not just in goods, it's also in services. It is in finance. And financial markets in Africa are siloed, balkanized, and there's a need for us to consolidate and integrate. So this is a hopeful side of Africa moving forward. And I think when this Prosper Africa and AS at the trading bloc meet, there will be wonders, but I don't know, okay? Yeah. So why don't we open up for Q&A? Go ahead.
My name is Richard Tolliver. I've had a lot of on-the-ground experience living in Africa, working and academically analyzing a lot of the problems that you mentioned. My question is for Mr. McGowan. There was an article in, I think it was The Atlantic, I read lots of journals recently, critiquing the industrial park that you are operating out of, and you mentioned you had difficulty with labor turnover. One of the things the article said was that in Ethiopia's eagerness to develop these industrial parks, they signed labor agreements where these women, mostly who work, are significantly underpaid even by Ethiopian standards. And apart from not having a manufacturing history and the kind of work ethic required to work in that environment, which causes labor turnover, that these women are living together in substandard housing, multiple people living in the same facility, and it's that whole issue that I just mentioned, of them being significantly underpaid by Ethiopian standards. And secondly, the inability to get the challenges of getting your manufactured products to ports, for example, in Djibouti. I was just in Ethiopia a few months ago, and we were riding along the road where the new electronic train operates, and our guide said, most people get off in Deir Dawa, and our guide said people are not using it because of the erratic electricity operation, and they get stuck on the train for hours because suddenly the electricity goes off. So speak about some of those challenges. You gave the glowing side. Talk about some of the challenges that I just mentioned.
Thank you. No. So we're supposed to take 10 at a time. Okay. Next.
Yeah, my name is Usman Kamara from the Ivory Coast. I have two questions, one for Mr. McGowan and another one for Mr. Gashu. And actually, I would like to know the average salary paid to those women working in those factories. Because many times we hear about people creating jobs, but if the job is not paying correctly, we don't see the real impact on those people investing finally on the continent. So my second question is to Mr. Gashu. And many times we've seen that a lot of institutions who have a lot of financial capacity trying to finance foreign companies like American companies on the continent in particular sectors in order to develop them, but people don't have the courage to go. So do you have a particular plan in supporting, let's say, people who have studied in the US, have gotten the culture here and the values of the US, who are back home and who have projects, holding projects, and they don't have any way to get any financing from any financial institution because they don't have someone strong in the government somewhere to back them up. Do you have any plan for them? Because then you'll see a lot of factories raising to the standard that you are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Ndahendekere from Uganda. I'm here representing People's Power. The lady just told about Honorable Chagulanyi, who's running as president, trying to go against Museveni, who is in power right now. My question is, I heard about AGOA. AGOA has been around for ages. I think it started 2003, as you said. But the prices that you give to our products are really low. And how can you tell the world when products like fish and other fruit or products that are being sold are just sold at a little price, and our people cannot even benefit on those prices? So, to me, I think that is cheating Africa, and so we sit here and say that we want to do business with Africa and America. Here, your products are given a little bit of a high price to help the people who produce them, but in Africa, it's not that way. And our governments, how can you deal with a government which is so corrupt, and to give capital to young people or unemployment, those people who are unemployed, but who are really skilled and want to open up businesses? I think we have to deal also with unease, which is here. It's as the gun is declared national emergency. Prices also in Uganda or any other place in Africa have to be declared national emergency to help inequality around the world. Thank you very much.
Next.
My name is Air Fande from Sierra Leone. I have a question in reference to OPEC. Does OPEC have a program geared towards diasporans investment, in a way to encourage us as diasporans to go back and invest? Just like my brother was asking earlier, do you have a program that geared towards diasporans to go back and invest in Africa? Thank you.
Good day. My name is Al Austin. I'm director of HBCU Outreach for North Carolina. There's been a resurgence of students at our institutions around owning their own businesses and entrepreneurship. You know, as we observe our 400 years of arriving on this continent, what are we doing moving forward for the next 400 years to really begin to engage African American owned businesses with the African Union? I will say to you that Pastor Alexander with the Park Ministries in Charlotte is hosting an event next week. It's called R400 Movement, to really begin to reclaim our connection with our African continent and reclaim who we are. And so I'm wanting to know, what are we doing moving forward for our next 400 years? Is there a plan that we have in place as we look to the past, but then also look to the future? Thank you.
Next.
Okay. Hello. Okay, well, I'm David Ade, and I have a question and a quick comment. I don't consider China the largest trading partner because most of the deal is just extractive in nature, just taking our resources. I don't see how that will qualify as being the largest trading partner in Africa. Now, talking about AGOA, I think just a comment and a question. I think we should kind of work on a deal that will be more lengthy in nature, because given business models, as you know, you have to build buildings, you have to find funds and stuff like that. So I would think, and would you suggest that something like a 20 years extension is more appropriate for AGOA to really have a good effect on the African continent?
Okay, last, and then we'll come.
My name is Yaya Fenusi with the United States of Africa 2017 Project Task Force. It's amazing. This is the 400 years that our people have left. And I see you guys emphasizing talking things which were created 400 years ago, solidified in the colonial experience. You're still talking the same thing about commodities and blah, 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 blah. 2025, the 54 countries in Africa is going to become a political federation. And that's when you will not be talking all this rubbish, because we will become very powerful.
I can't follow that. I think I'll go and sit down now. I don't have so much passion. Good morning. My name is Shegun Adeniji. I am an investment advisor from Nigeria. I visited a manufacturing plant in Jordan a few months ago, and they're a $1 billion revenue company. They manufacture apparel for Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, and so on. And I think that from an African perspective, I was shaking my head in disbelief. Number one, the level of organization, the level of efficiency, but also the fact that we seem to have been forgotten. I believe, Mr. McGowan, you're obviously in that field. So I'm just wondering whether Africa has somehow fallen off the radar, if there's any lack of competitive advantage or expertise. Because I think things like apparel manufacturing, especially within the context of AGOA, and also the fact that I think we have a pretty smart group of young men and women across the continent who I'm sure would jump on this kind of opportunity in a heartbeat. I'm just wondering why we seem to have fallen out of the equation. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to pause here regarding Q&A, and then we'll come back to the panelists. And then please respond.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so a couple of things. So in my opening remarks, I talked about our trip into Ethiopia and setting up the industrial park with what we thought were best-in-class manufacturers around the world. Again, and I think if you look at the history of apparel and where it's been produced in the world, I think everyone in this room understands some of the challenges we've seen in the world in places like Bangladesh, where there were no health and safety codes, and factories burning and collapsing, and people dying. And so one of the reasons we went wasn't just because it was an economic opportunity, was because that's not what our company stands for. And we wanted to go to a place that wasn't fractured. And we wanted to work in a place that we can actually start from ground zero and build safe from a fire standpoint and from a construction standpoint factories. And I think we've succeeded in doing that, right? So that was not because we wanted to make sure that the workers were safe. In terms of salary, right, we have been working particularly with some of the governments, including Ethiopia, which does not have a minimum wage. We have encouraged them to work with the ILO to develop minimum wages, right, for the workers, right? That is imperative. It's not all about the cost of the labor, it's about the volatility and sustainability of that factory and the industry there. So we have been, along with other leading manufacturers and brands in the world, working with the government and encouraging to work with global organizations like the ILO to develop fair living wages and salaries for the workers. When we look at the product cost in Ethiopia, versus any other place, we're actually seeing costs in Ethiopia higher than in some places we work. But that's okay, right? We don't look at it from the sheer cost standpoint. We're also looking at it from a value standpoint, because we see Africa as a place that we can build an entire supply chain, as I said, from fiber to fashion, and build value there for the long term. We talked, I think one of the questions was about owning their own businesses and stewardship. And so one of the things that we've seen in Ethiopia as a result of the build-outs of the industrial parks is actually local folks building their own businesses. And they're being supported by governments of Germany, like USAID and others, to invest in small entrepreneurship shops around these industrial parks. So those folks are getting an opportunity, and we're continuing to support that. We're supporting that, and we're encouraging that on a regular basis. Someone said also about China, right, and that China shouldn't be looked at as a trading partner, the biggest trading partner with Africa. By numbers, they are. Right? Today they are. I think they passed us back in 2009. But I think the question really is they are taking product and actually supporting their domestic growth out of Africa, and that's part of their initiative. I think what we're trying to talk about really, and the U.S. has an opportunity to do, is really build workforce development, human capital, and the soft skills so it's sustainable for a long period of time. They put a lot of money and effort in logistics. They've put roads, they've put in trains, and they've built a lot of these parks, but they're not really developing the soft skills. And I think that's a huge opportunity for the U.S. to participate in. And in terms of, has Africa fallen off the map from a textile and apparel standpoint? I think the answer is absolutely not. I think there's a huge opportunity for Africa as a whole. If you look at the world, you can't pick up your phone and not read about these trade wars that are going on now. And folks in my industry, in the footwear industry, in the apparel industry, and other industries are rapidly moving out of China. And they probably have been for a number of years because the costs are going up. And the facilities and the capabilities and the quality of those factories have actually gone down in China. So it's a huge opportunity for countries like Africa to take advantage of all the natural resources, the people that need to be put to work. The opportunity over the course of the last 5 years has grown significantly. And I think there are a lot of forecasts to say that Africa will be the biggest textile and apparel manufacturer in the next 10 years in the world. So I think it's just on its real infancy in terms of growth.
So I had a couple questions. The first one's, how do you support businesses? How do you help manage risks, helping them navigate the continent? And I think there's two ways to answer that. So from OPEC's side, right, we help our investors mitigate their risks of making investments in difficult markets through our guarantees and through our political risk insurance, right? So imagine if you were investing in a farm in Zambia, right? And you need to make an equity investment into the farm, and then you can then expand, grow, hire people, increase efficiencies. We can provide insurance to cover your equity investment and protect it against currency incurability, political violence, expropriation, etc. In terms of how do you support businesses trying to navigate the continent, that is something that Prosper Africa is looking to address. What Prosper Africa is as much of a back-of-house fix as it is to help businesses actually understand what tools are available across the U.S. government. So, people don't know, but there's, 15, 16 different agencies that operate in the trade and investment space. And so one of the things that Prosper Africa has done is established this deal team mechanism that sits in each of our U.S. embassies on the continent, where it has representatives from our econ section, our political section, our foreign commercial service, export-import bank, USAIDs, private credit, and microenterprise, tools that should be available and should be readily available for American investors and businesses. A second question was asked about, how do you help entrepreneurs? How do you help the younger generation? And OPIC's investment, the smallest investment that OPIC normally makes is about $2 to $3 million, right? Just given the cost of a transaction and the cost of capital. And so one of the ways in which we try to address entrepreneurs and SMEs and smaller businesses is through our on-lending program. We will lend money to a local regional financial institution that will then lend on our behalf to smaller companies, to entrepreneurs, and to local investors. And so an example of this, a couple months ago, we provided a $150 million commitment to the Union Bank of Nigeria. And that loan to UBN is focused on loans that they will provide to women-owned, women-led, and women-supporting businesses. So it is a way for us to actually reach smaller companies that, could not take on a $3 million investment from OPEC. The third question was about diaspora programs at OPEC. We don't have anything specific to the diaspora, but where I think the diaspora actually comes into play and where there is an advantage is, just like any other commercial bank, we will look at a project and assess it on its merits and risks and business plans and whatnot. And I know that our underwriters and our investment officers, when they see an African diaspora going back to their country and investing, it gives them confidence that the project actually can be executed because they're familiar with the market, they're familiar with the culture, the languages, they already have a network and people in that country, in that market. So there's natural inherent benefits when you look at the underwriting and credit risks of supporting the diaspora. The last piece, I wasn't asked about it, but I just want to opine, given my work, is the China piece, right? Everyone's been talking about China, surpassing the U.S. as being a trading partner. But the one thing that people forget, and one thing that I look at, is foreign direct investment. The U.S. is still the largest FDI investor in Africa. And what we try to do from our seat is mobilize more of that institutional capital, more of the private equity firms, more of the private investors to understand the inherent benefits of investing on the continent and differentiating that from the approaches of other state-led directed investments like China, which in turn don't adhere to our environmental, social, labor standards, and eventually saddles governments and their people with unsustainable debt.
Just a quick point. I wanted to hit Richard's question on energy. One of the challenges in the energy sector is that even after approval, local banks are having difficulty syndicating loans above $20 million, right? So our regional commercial banks have maybe hundreds of billions of dollars in capital, but you're talking about a local commercial bank for a 25 megawatt biomass cotton plant has a difficulty in circulating a syndication of 20 to 30 million. This is one of the challenges of the continent, right? So you have places like the African Guarantee Fund who have just emerged to provide investment grade guarantees, which is the first of its kind, and also there's another, ATI, Africa Trade Insurance is another one that's out there. So that jumps into the question of the diaspora. I'm diaspora. I was born in Jamaica, I grew up in New York. I was in capital markets. I went to the continent on a trade mission. I saw where I could add value from a capital market side and create a business. It took me 6 years. We got to that point. And so you really just have to go and visit, right? Like you gotta take the knowledge that you have, you got to go there, you have to create relationships, you got to build relationships, you got to talk to folks, you got to get folks to trust you. My folks to trust me are farmers and institutions, so I have to sit with bankers, and you have to create a marketplace. I mean, just like you would here, it's the same thing, but understanding that there's a lot of things that we have lost culturally because we have been disconnected from the continent. So I had to actually get acquainted with culture, right? So Francophone West Africa is different from Anglophone West Africa, and I have to understand the different dimensions that are there, and if I'm going to do business there to fit in. And I think those are some of the key pieces that, you know, you have to go, because I went in naive, thinking the way that I approach business, and it was a little bit different. So I think there are some realities that we have to hit. From the lady Barbara from Uganda, I think that one of the things that you should think about with the AGOA situation is, if you've created a finished product with your knowledge about US markets, Amazon has a marketplace that's a drop ship situation. So if you've created a product, all you have to do is get that product to the Amazon warehouse, and all you have to do now is market. So now you have a whole US marketplace that you could actually arbitrage, you know, from your side. And in terms of, and that's just practical, and that's something that you can take advantage of as a small business from the Amazon side. And if you look at the situation with, from North Carolina, is there a resurgence in visiting the African Union? I think that the African Union situation is really amazing, but we still have a lot of financial infrastructure that's not in place for settlement of not just currency, but goods and services, supply chain and logistics. So as people are coming together at political unions, we still don't have the capacity right now to easily go from Naira to shilling. If I have Naira and I want to go to shilling, I might have to go to Rand. And then from Rand, I might have to go to euros, and then from euros, I have to go to shilling. How much money do I lose in that transaction? Oh my gosh. And Africans are facing this every day. And so most institutions come in looking for, you know, doing currencies trading against the majors. And what we're saying is, no, Africans want intercountry trade. They're not interested in euros. Sometimes they just need the local currency of where they're coming from. So until these challenges are solved, we see them as a huge opportunity, then we're going to go there. And I would also encourage the HBCUs to reach out to the education ministers of these different countries, because I see opportunities there for student relationship, for study abroad and transfer, so that we could leverage our HBCUs as an opportunity to help those education ministries reduce their costs. This is huge.
Thank you.
This is huge. So I'll just say this. You understand that OPIC is on an institutional level. So if you don't have an institutional product that's bankable, that has credit guarantee, you can't really get that across the tape. It's like going to a bank, right? If you go to the bank and you have no balance sheet, no credit history, the bank is not going to make a loan to you. And similarly, if you're looking to do deals in Africa, you do need to get that friends and family raise, you do need to get that equity raise, and you must take some risk of your own and then bring a bankable deal to the table, and it will get funded. It's going to take a lot of sweat and tears, but it will get funded. So I just want to put that out there. There are opportunities, but you got to put in the work. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. This will be our last round of questions. By the way, there are also comments. You can also make comments. It's not just questions. But when you do make comments, do not deliver a long speech, okay? Yeah, because we have already heard so many speeches, all right? So why don't we begin with another round, okay?
Good afternoon. My name is Jonas Lema. I'm from Benin, West Africa. My country, just in July, became the leading producer of cotton in French West Africa. My question is for PVH and other. We produce a lot, and the problem that we have in Africa that we don't have an industry, manufacture to be able to have a good made in Africa. And I want to know, how do you go about practically to go through AGOA and foster industry back in my country, who just became the first producer of cotton. The other question that I want to ask is for everybody, is about neighborhood trade practice. Nigeria just closed its border between Benin, Niger, and Burkina Faso just because of trade practices. Is it good for African countries to close border because of trade practices? That's my question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Jeannie Tungara, Howard University, and an international education consultant. Everyone talks about the youth bulge, and I think that's one of the most important things we can talk about because political stability depends on it. We have to get jobs for these young people. Now, with that said, I want to address my question to Mr. Gachu and Mr. McGowan particularly, because when I was on an assessment team for USAID, we had focus groups with youth. I don't know if you've had focus groups with youth, but what they are saying is that their governments have no youth policy. All right? And then for an anecdotal piece, I've had young people tell me, well, you know, I took my idea to the government to get my patent or my copyright or whatever, and I never heard from them again. In the meantime, there were family members from the ministries who were carrying out the projects that these youth took to them. So in other words, their projects were stolen. So my question for you is, how can you use your seats where you are to emphasize to these governments that they have to have, one, a youth policy, and number two, they have to be transparent in the way they deal with the nation's youth. This is critical. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I didn't get a chance to speak during the previous panel. My question mainly is about Zimbabwe. My name is Mabel Kashora. I'm from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is under sanctions from United States. It's an issue that has been going on for quite some time. People are dying in Zimbabwe because of these sanctions. But when you read in the papers, when the Congress is having their discussions, they keep talking about the sanctions being targeted only to certain individuals, a very small number. But what is on the ground is that business is not working as usual because of these sanctions. The people who are supposed to be under sanctions are not affected by these sanctions because they have power and they have money. And even if they can't do business the normal way, they are going underground and maybe making even more profits. So my question is mainly targeted to businesses as well as to Congress member Karen Bass. What is it that United States is going to do pertaining to this problem? Because whatever they are saying they're trying to solve is just making the problem bigger. The people who are really suffering are the poor people. They have no access to capital, they have no access to anything really, because they are not getting loans. Business is literally collapsing. So we want, I really, sorry if I'm getting emotional, it's a really sensitive matter. And for companies, you organizations that are up there, you probably agree with me that you are avoiding Zimbabwe, even though the sanctions are supposed to be targeted. I don't think OPEC is doing anything in Zimbabwe because of all these sanctions. So we, on behalf of the poor people in Zimbabwe, those who are not getting any medication, people who are not working, I don't know if, for those who know the Zimbabwe situation, the youth, they don't have jobs, mainly because of the sanctions. So United States needs to come out and tell us exactly what it is that they are trying to do, because the government in Zimbabwe is saying you are trying to change the government. And United States is saying we're not trying to change the government, we just want you to change your policies and be more democratic. But the poor people are the ones suffering. Should they continue to die while the United States and the Zimbabwe government keep on fighting, or should we save the people and then deal with the politics later? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Elizabeth Boy. I'm from Ghana. I'm a diaspora trying to transition to Ghana. And I'm here to seek practical approach to how we can apply the knowledge and the resources that we have available. Because I've been attending this for the past 3 years, and when I come back, I come here and follow up, I don't get any response. I'm trying to do farming in Ghana, and as we all know, what we eat is who we are. And there are so many diseases going on because of the food that we eat, and we are trying to grow organic food. But the problem that I have is that most of the resources, and to, like the OPEC you explained, to get a loan or go to bank to get a loan is almost impossible for the small farmers. My question to all of you, is there a database or a network where we have investors who have the money to invest and who are not going to hand over the money to them, but they will come and say, we have the equipment, we're going to help you with the land preparation, we're going to provide you with the seed that will give you a higher yield so that you'll be able to monitor it and account for it and thereby give employment to the youth and produce good quality food for all of us. So I need to find out who is the person that we can contact or I can follow up. So next year when I come here, it's not just like I came here, but there is a success story to share with everybody. I need a direct contact person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Tubbs. Work with LIUNA, Labor International Union of North America. And one of my questions I would like to ask the businessman up there. First question is, you are pro-union. If you are pro-union, if you guys support the union and businessman over there that talking about all these companies that you have in Africa, right? The people about minimum wage, knowing that people should be working for a living wage and a substantial wage that they can support their family without after thinking about you and the government have to make a decision about wage. And if you are pro-union, I'd like to know if all your company, them, what you have in Africa, if you are going to unionize them. And right now in Africa, at Liberia, where the Firestone guys them are, Liberia having a problem with the rubber plant right there, right now. Exploiting the people them. They just get rid of child labor the other day, and right now the bargaining committee for renegotiating the wages of the people in Liberia, nobody want to come to the table. So I just want to have the knowledge that if all you guys going into Africa with all these business, you know, what is the ulterior motive behind it? And the Chinese in Africa, I do not trust them, knowing that Ethiopia was the only country that never been colonized, and seeing that these guys going in there and the people them is not benefiting from what the Chinese are doing. Just like in the Caribbean, they are doing the same thing. They bring their own workers do the job, and the homesters them just do the little riff-raff job and get paid underpaid. So I'd like to know how you balance out that situation.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I'm from South Africa. My question is more to Neil Gordon. So he spoke quite a little bit about his business, which is basically centered around agriculture. Now, firstly, I'd like for you to maybe give us a more robust story or narrative about your experiences with agriculture in Africa. And then I wanted to find out the products that you're building, financial products in Africa, who exactly are they targeting? So someone spoke about M-Pesa, which is essentially instigated to try and bank the unbanked, or those that were referred to as unbankable. What products are you creating? Because one of the key things that Africa has at the moment is arable land, which is severely underutilized. Whatever it is that they're using is not being used efficiently, and what is not being used is just lying fallow. Nothing is happening there. So I see a great opportunity there, especially for the youth and women to actually go into agriculture. But the challenges obviously do exist when it comes to the financial sector. How are you bringing all of that together, and what kind of products are you putting together? Who are you targeting specifically?
Thank you very much. Yes. Next.
Hey, good afternoon, African Braintrust. This question, I have a twofold question. First, my name is John Henderson. I'm a diaspora organizer for the African Americans to Africa, in particular our right to Liberia. I'm going to ask the audience and anyone that could help us. We're working on making history for our sovereignty, to reclaim what our ancestors purchased Liberia on our behalf, so that we can issue our own passport and dual citizenship. I need someone that is Supreme Court certified to link up with me so we can file a brief on dual citizenship. That's the first thing. Second, I represent a group out of Democratic Republic of the Congo. These are villagers that have a mining operation. And for you investors up here, we're looking for someone to assist us with $5 million for the equipment, so these villagers that have a contract with the government can extract cobalt from the ground so that it can benefit the people in DRC.
Thank you. 3 more questions, and then we'll come back to the panelists.
Good afternoon.
Next. Yep.
Good afternoon, audience. I'm Lois from Majority and Women-Owned Businesses. Been working with Africa distantly, I guess, over 10 or 15 years. Last thing, we got $100 million into Nigeria through the Mandela Fund, which was out several years ago. The person we work with got it, skipped us in terms of the finder's fee, which was $500,000. Wasn't too happy about that. But have not given up on Africa. Too many people are trying to devour you and tear you up in the guise of coming in to help. Right now, they're trying to get people to buy insurance, sell insurance in Africa for your huts and your donkeys and your little animals. That's crazy. We want to help get jobs and build. Got somebody in Benin who can help me get citizenship and all that. We want to help you help yourselves. In Benin or in, Liberia. All the ships have to come through there in the world. France has it. Africa, Liberia gets nothing from it. We want to show you how to do it. We want to first know that you have practiced in business at least 3 years and you are honest. And we'll find that out because people know about you when you're doing wrong. And they know about you when you're doing right too. We want to help those that help themselves. The lady that wrote our Gore is sitting back there. Okay? Pauline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you very much. I'm with UNESCO, the task force, since 2000. My question is the following. Last November, as a background, UNESCO and some African diplomats to UNESCO asked me to help them for the following project: how to create in Africa a sort of academy of trades, which means mostly vocational training, including after-school, out-of-school training, which takes advantage of local cultural heritage, natural heritage traditions, and to roll out, to start in one country, very likely it will be a French-speaking country, but to roll out this model to rebuild community, to stimulate entrepreneurship, and to educate in this perspective. I have only succeeded in developed countries, in Scandinavia, in Japan, so very little work and experience in Africa. So I would like to interact with some of you. We intend to start this year the project. And United States seems to be very interested. Japan seems to be very interested. I work with all of those. how can I anchor locally in one local area, in one specific country, this model and to replicate it all over Africa, ideally?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Paula Ajishefini. I'm in Nigeria and America. My question is for Mr. Woku. Mr. Woku, I was a lead auditor at OPIC for 3 years during my times at KPMG, and I do know that you guys have a lot of projects in Africa and send all this money. You spoke about $115 million that was sent to or given to UBA or one of those banks in Nigeria. The question is, what kind of program is in place by OPIC to make sure that these people or these countries are actually executing the projects? Who is monitoring them to make sure that they are actually doing what they're supposed to do? Because I know OPIC do spend a lot of money in Africa.
Thank you very much. So we're done, is that right? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Chioma Ayoku. I'm a Nigerian American, and my question is one about scale for people who have small or medium-sized businesses on the continent, and what we can do to scale programs like Y Combinator that not only provide money but also guidance and skills building, because I know a lot of people who have either started a small manufacturing business or they have a catering business and they're just trying to scale. They're trying to buy a couple more trucks to move into another area. They're trying to expand on their factory, and there just seems to be a gap in resources in terms of the really small micro and the very large, and also, I think as many people have also said, having the mentorship or partnership that also goes with that money. So if we can amplify programs like that, that would be great to have that knowledge.
Thank you very much. By the way, there's a lot of collective wisdom out there. So the knowledge that we're going to produce is collective. It's not just here. It's here plus the audience. So for the panelists, you're going to do 2 parts. One is respond to the questions as they were relevant to your area. And then since this is going to be your last chance to say anything, I want you to end with the last word of wisdom that you think this group should go with. Okay? And I think, let me start with that. I know that you were in a hurry. Yeah.
Yes, so sorry, the panel's running over a bit on time, and I have other engagements. So just quickly answering some of the questions. Someone asked about youth policy. We are strictly a financial institution. We're a bank, but we recognize that enabling environments are important to ensure that our investments are successful. So we work with our partners within the U.S. government that focus on enabling environment issues like USAID. And so I think the issue is quite important. I think youth policy is important, and recommend that you connect with our colleagues at USAID. On Zimbabwe, we are absolutely looking at deals in Zimbabwe. Just this morning, I had a meeting with the Zimbabwe ambassador to the United States, exploring potential projects in agriculture, mining, and infrastructure. So OPIC is active and open in Zimbabwe. Someone asked about investors and how do you get in contact with investors. That's the name of the game, and I want someone who actually has spent that time hustling, trying to find investors, trying to find capital to pitch your idea to help you grow. I know there are a number of services that will help you develop your pitch books, your ideas, and so I don't know what those services are, but I know there are some available if you research them. And then the last question was about monitoring. That's an excellent question. For us, monitoring is key. So we put in place into our loan agreements strict monitoring requirements that you have to follow as a borrower, and if you do not adhere to those monitoring requirements, you are in default. And so we do, for financial institutions that we've on-lend to, we do quarterly monitoring where we will fly out to your headquarters, look under the hood, make sure that the agreements and the subset of folks that we've kind of defined as borrowers are the ones who are actually borrowing. For our typical loan agreements and projects, we have yearly monitoring. So yeah, it is key. I'm sorry that I have to duck out, but I've truly enjoyed this discussion and look forward to engaging with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution, by the way. In fact, we should actually have a show of hands for him. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so one of the questions was how do we address fostering development maybe in other parts of Africa, particularly West Africa. So I think one of the things we have seen from Ethiopia is many countries, including Kenya, and in West Africa, Togo, Nigeria, Senegal, the Ivory Coast have all shown interest in some of the work that's being done in Ethiopia, in the industrial park, particularly in Hawassa, and look at that as a great opportunity and a flagship to try to emulate. So we have seen a lot of that interest, and we certainly, along with the government partners, have been showing them, what needs to be done, right, in terms of starting that. There's a great opportunity in West Africa for a lot of trade to the U.S. There's great deep water ports. It's a much shorter distance actually to the U.S. from East Africa. So there's a lot of opportunity, and I would foresee that continuing to happen. In terms of the youth, right, and development for the workers, as I said earlier, one of the first things many of the manufacturers in Ethiopia did when we started out was we engaged several of the donor communities around the world, DFID, GIZ, USAID. And one example is the Germans have funded programs to work with the technical colleges there, right? And to give the operators an opportunity to move from being an operator to a supervisor into middle management. We've worked actually trying to engage universities in the U.S. like FIT to work with universities in Ethiopia and make that part of their curriculum. So from a career path standpoint, the folks that are working in the factories now which are mostly 18 to 25-year-olds, have a career path moving forward, and that textile management is part of that in terms of the move forward. Your last question was what's my last word of wisdom? I think there's a lot of, we said earlier, there's a lot of great knowledge here, right, about Africa, and certainly a lot of passion, right, in trying to advance the continent. And my ask would be, I think there's a great opportunity for you all to influence different agencies in the U.S. on skill development, textile knowledge that's still needed. Try to influence the banking system. The banking system and the way it operates today makes it very difficult to operate in Ethiopia. So anything that this group can collectively do as they talk to various people here in the U.S. to engage and get focus on that would be of considerable power as we try to move the industry forward. And thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Before I forget, I actually can give you a contact at Treasury if you need for the banking issues. Yeah. But I think that one of the things that you should think about here is that for the youth policy, the question came up. For the countries that the Millennium Challenge Corporation works in, I think that you should reach out to the U.S.'s MCC, Millennium Challenge Corporation. There are representatives in the different countries that could actually help push the youth policy agenda to help promote more youth activity and youth policy in each country. So you really want to lean on the particular agencies that are behind the governance and policy pushes that are in each country. And I think from a USAID perspective, if you work with that agency, you can go to the website and find the country representative and email the country representative directly for the specific country that you want to work in. I don't have many solutions for Zimbabwe as we try to work, but there are, because of the sanctions, we're not able to actually interact there, but we'd love to be there because we see it as a huge opportunity. From the Ghanaian perspective in starting farming, I think that some practical things to start farming for someone who's never done farming, poultry farming is a lot easier to start and it's actually quite profitable because every 45 days you're turning chickens, right? And so you can actually sell every 45 days. So that type of liquidity is necessary to reinvest. And of course, chicken is a main staple food and egg farming. So I think that's something that you should look at. If you're looking to go back to the continent and you're looking to start, it doesn't require a lot of space. And it doesn't require a lot of knowledge about farming, but more so just keeping it clean and distribution, logistics, and customers. So it's easier to get a chicken customer to buy than it maybe is for you to sell cashew nuts in the US. I also wanted to talk about Tony's question about the union. He made a very good point about the living wages, but remember that the African Union is still a policy agenda idea that's coming together. You still have to, after the policy and the rules and laws of governments are set, we then have to have the private sector to understand and interpret those rules and laws and then to move forward. The biggest challenge that we see on the continent is implementation because there aren't necessarily enough resources from the government side or maybe sometimes political will. Maybe you may have seen this as well, to actually follow through on the implementation and following up of the law. I would just say to my Nigerian sister who asked about like Y Combinator and so forth, something that you may want to consider is that check with OPIC's small medium enterprise section. The contact there is Alison Gurmak. She's really, really helpful. There's another lady, I'm just forgetting her name. But their focus, you still need to have a bankable idea, but maybe a structure that you might want to look at is actually wise structure where you have a master partnership and limited partnership where you're creating a fund to invest, because a $5 million fund in Nigeria is going to go a lot farther than here. So most of the times entrepreneurs are looking for $10,000 to $20,000 to start a mobile application, and I think this actually could be really game changing. Another person that you should look up is Chike Ukebu. He's Nigerian. He's in New York. And he did an accelerator called Startup 52 in New York. He can really give you not only good contacts, but also gives you rope to skip and know about doing it because he's done it. And he still has one. So he's been through at least 4 or 5 cohorts. And he could also tell you about the challenge of raising capital for Africa. It is very difficult. And the percentage is something like less than 0.001 for people of color who are founders or in the VC space getting capital. So you really have to know the stats. You are going up against the impossible, but you can do it. So you just have to find a way to win. So I would just say to look at those names. And then lastly, the South Africa inclusion from Michelle, what we're doing differently is that, M-Pesa is doing some really, really great work. What we're doing with our space is that we're actually giving the farmers bank cards that they can use anywhere in the world as a starting place. And then you build from that marketplace to then include like retirement savings, college planning, because their kids are going to go to school, and do they have the ability to save like portions of money away on a digital platform that they won't lose? And so you have to think about on the fintech side, not just how do you move money, but how do you get farmers to save and reinvest the capital that they're putting to work? Because they're being paid in cash, they tend to spend it right away, right? So there's no long-term planning. And so the mobile application that we're doing, and realize too, you have to change a mindset. So there's education involved, where you're saying to farmers, hey, don't spend all your money on going to the bar or buying some drinks. Maybe you should put $5 away. And the most important thing, and around this time, is school. So September is school time, and farmers never have cash. And so I think that for us, what we're concerned about is how do we get their kids in school on time? And then how do we get them to pay for it on time, and long-term planning. My only advice to you, my last words of advice is, if you're thinking about going, just go. If you're thinking about going, just go. Go and see for yourself what the opportunities are, take some notes, then come back, figure out a game plan. There are really no investors per se to give you capital to go to Africa. They're not really focused on that. I've contacted over 400 VC firms. Come talk to me after. I'll give you the real skinny about what the challenges are for raising capital for small businesses. But I'm really excited about people who want to do it, and I encourage you to go back, and I'm available via email or what have you. Just get my contact afterwards and we can stay in touch. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was very useful. So we're going to bring this to closure, but I wanted to make a couple of points. Finance came up very, very frequently, right? And entrepreneurship came very, very frequently. And what I wanted to say is there's now an emerging marriage between entrepreneurship and finance, which is afforded by this new trading block that I mentioned. So one of the things about that trading block is integration of finance across the entire continent, because the finance is very thin, balkanized, small, which means that you could also be financial entrepreneurs. So for instance, we have dearth of financial institutions, mutual funds, pension funds. So you can actually become financial entrepreneurs, not just making finance available to other entrepreneurs. You could also do both. So I think this is probably one place where diaspora could have an influence, which is influence in banks. We should be able to influence the U.S. based on this prosper Africa. And I think one of the things that I would like to see is how they can actually help develop financial sector in Africa. And then we should also influence our respective countries. So I think with that, I'm going to bring this to closure. And we should have a show of hands for our panelists, very informative. And then, by the way, thank you. And I want now, the last show of hands is for the audience. You know, it has been very active, very participative. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
I'm going to move right into the last panel of the day before we go to the... Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we break and go into the fashion show, but we will do that after the next panel. So before we go into our next panel, I wanted to give one of our sponsors a chance to say a few words. Let me let this group clear up. Who's doing what? Before we begin our final panel, I want to give one of our sponsors a chance to say a few words. I will start out by highlighting Mylan's commitment to providing affordable antiretrovirus to people suffering from HIV. Yahir Aziman has worked for a decade to expand access to global health care in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors.
He is currently the U.S. and European Director for the Infectious Disease Growth Driver at Mylan, where he heads the strategy for the company's HIV and TB products in high and upper middle income markets. In the U.S., Yahir led the launch of 3 new low-cost HIV drugs introduced by Mylan in 2018. Before working at Mylan, Yahir was a Franklin Fellow with the U.S. Department of State, where he worked alongside colleagues in the Office of the Senior Advisor for International Development and PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Program for AIDS Release. Join me in welcoming Yahir Eizenman.
Thank you so much, Representative Bass, for that wonderful introduction, and thank you for your leadership with the CBC and in pulling together this extraordinary session. As Representative Bass mentioned, I'm Yair Eizenman, the head of U.S. HIV strategy for Mylan, and I'm here to talk for a brief period about the state of HIV in Africa. And I should say I'm here because HIV is an area of special focus for Mylan. A little over a decade ago, before I joined the company, the executives at Mylan realized that there was a major unmet need for antiretrovirals to combat the HIV epidemic in the developing world. And so they made the conscious decision to invest what has now become over hundreds of millions of dollars in expanding our capacity to produce HIV drugs to address those needs. Today, Mylan is the world's largest producer of antiretrovirals by an enormous margin. About half of all people in the developing world on treatment for HIV use a Mylan product every day. So to talk a bit about the state of HIV in Africa, it's a story of a glass half full and a glass half empty. And oftentimes people focus on the glass half empty part. And to some extent, that's the right part to focus on because the epidemic really is a global public health crisis. And it's hard to overstate just how the degree of that crisis. Over the past 30 years, almost 40 million people around the world have died of HIV. And that statistic obscures the individual lives that were lost, that each one of those 40 million people was somebody with hopes, with dreams, with a family, with people who cared for them, a life that has now been extinguished. And today, the epidemic continues. Over 27 million people across the continent of Africa are infected with HIV, about 3/4 of all people around the world. We are so far from ending the epidemic. But if there was one message that I would have to say to you, one takeaway that I'd like you to take away from this discussion, it's that as much as we focus on the challenge of HIV, the story of HIV is as much how the world, how Africa, how the United States has risen to combat that challenge, which is, I think, an extraordinary example of what we can achieve when we come together. To get into a bit of the scientific detail, the goal in dealing with HIV is to get the levels of virus in your body to such levels that are so low that modern science can't actually detect it in your body. Getting to undetectable is incredibly important for 2 reasons. For the individual, it makes it much more likely that they will go on to lead a long, happy, and healthy life. And from an epidemic standpoint, they cannot pass on the virus to their partners. If you are undetectable, you are untransmittable. Or another way of putting it is that if you are undetectable, the epidemic has ended with you. So how is Africa doing in terms of getting to undetectability? The story, it's hard to overstate how incredible the progress has been. Today, according to UNAIDS, in southern and eastern Africa, over half of all people living with HIV are undetectable. That is an incredible statistic. Just 15 years ago, that number was nearly 0. Today, it's over 10 million people. Skeptics believed it couldn't be done. They had lines like, well, there's no health infrastructure there, so how are you going to stand up a new health system? Or they say there's cultural reasons. Africans can't take a pill every day and adhere to it to get themselves to undetectability. And those folks weren't just wrong. They were dead wrong. And, of course, as Representative Bass has hammered home many times, Africa is not a continent, is not a country. It's a continent of a number of different countries. And that overall promising statistic, in fact, obscures some even more incredible progress that several individual countries have made. Botswana, for instance, has one of the highest viral suppression rates in the world at 81%, far higher than almost any high-income country. Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland, is a country where a quarter of the people in the country are living with HIV. and yet they've also reached 81% viral suppression. Malawi, it's one of the poorest countries in the world. 3/4 of people there live on less than $2 a day. They've achieved 69% viral suppression. These are outstanding numbers in extraordinary hard circumstances. And I should also say as a footnote that those numbers are far better than what we are achieving here in America. Most of my day job is focused on looking in the United States about how we can bring down the cost of HIV treatment here to improve our own numbers, which are stagnant at about 50%. My goal in some ways is to figure out how can we save on the cost of HIV treatment so that we can spend on all the other aspects of ending the epidemic so that the United States can somehow catch up with these countries, these exemplars, like Malawi, Swaziland, and Botswana. So to return to Africa for a bit, it's worth asking, how did we achieve these extraordinary results? Success has 1,000 fathers, and I feel terrible just isolating 3 of them when there's so many other factors. But I think there are 3 that are worth specifically calling out. First, it's the extraordinary cooperation between the American government and African countries and African governments. The bipartisan PEPFAR initiative, the President's Emergency Program for AIDS Relief, was started under the Bush administration with support from a Democratic Congress and supported and grown under the Obama and Trump administrations. And it's achieved extraordinary results by partnering with multilateral donors, NGOs, faith-based organizations, and countless others to attack the epidemic in a data-driven, rigorous way. A second factor that we've seen is the extraordinary drop in the cost of HIV treatment. 10 years ago, it cost $350 a year to treat someone in Africa living with HIV. If you look at all the people that we have on treatment now, if that price hadn't dropped, we wouldn't have a single dollar available to spend on anything else other than drugs. We wouldn't have money to spend on doctors, hospitals, programs, non-health interventions, nothing. And yet the cost of HIV treatment in Africa has fallen by 80% over the past decade. And this is a place where we as Mylan feel that we can take some credit alongside with our other generic partners. And because the cost of treatment has fallen by 80%, we're able to put 10 million people on treatment throughout Africa and only spend 10% of the global budget against HIV on drugs, leaving that other 90% for all those other interventions like doctors' salaries and hospital workers and government interventions and social programs and such forth. And lastly, tremendous credit goes towards country governments and the individual people on the ground who are fighting HIV. They have stood up a program starting from, in many cases, nearly nothing, that is effectively the envy of the world in terms of how it is attacking this epidemic in a rigorous, efficient, and effective way. So that's the glass half full part, but it's worth noting that the glass half empty part as well. To begin with, we need to still address the other half of the people in southern and eastern Africa who aren't on treatment today, and we need to get the viral suppression rate from 50% up to 100%. And then we need to go beyond southern and eastern Africa and think about other parts of the continent. So in western and central Africa, only 40% of people living with HIV are on treatment. In Nigeria, Africa's largest country by population, again, only about 41% of people are on treatment. These are challenges that we haven't really figured out how to crack. We also need to figure out how to help special populations within those countries. For instance, children born with HIV can't take adult pills. So we need to figure out new formulations, new products for them so that they can actually consume the drug that they need to stay alive. Or consider young women and adolescent girls who account for 3/4 of new infections in adolescence. PEPFAR has been a real leader here in standing up the DREAMS partnership, which goes beyond the health sector to address the factors that put young women and adolescent girls at risk, factors such as poverty, gender inequality, sexual violence, and lack of education. And lastly, we need to make sure that we continue to fund the fight. PEPFAR was reauthorized last December in a bipartisan act of Congress and signed by President Trump, and that's fantastic. But we need to keep making sure that the program gets our full support going forward so that it can continue to achieve its dream of finally seeing one day an AIDS-free generation. Thank you very much.
Well, our final panel of the day is called Contemporary Arts Across Africa. You know, every year when we have the Braintrust, we look at conflicts, we look at economic development, but we need to celebrate the arts. We need to celebrate the arts in a variety of different ways, and that's one of the things that we wanted to do. So the continent's contemporary art scene includes visual artists, photographers, filmmakers, furniture designers, fashion designers who tackle head-on issues. They tackle it from the artistic perspective, but they tackle issues like immigration, political challenges, socioeconomic realities, Chinese investment on the continent, and gender identities. The work of visual artists is regularly sought out by major museums, galleries, and collectors. African fabrics have long been associated with traditional clothing, and these fabrics have inspired and been appropriated by major fashion designers. And later on this afternoon, we will see examples of fashions. In recent years, there's also music. Artists often blend today's music genres with traditional beats and instruments, creating music that is layered with the past, present, the global, and the local. So this panel will address the current art scene across Africa, as well as the interaction between Africa and the diaspora. So it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this panel. Yuso Iwealala, I hope I got that right, and if I didn't, I apologize, is an award-winning filmmaker, writer, and a medical doctor. He is the CEO of the Africa Center in New York, where their mission is to promote a new narrative about Africa and its diaspora through a focus on culture, policy, and business. He was the CEO, editor-in-chief, and co-founder of Ventures Africa magazine, a publication that covers the evolving business, policy, culture, and innovation spaces in Africa. He has written 3 books, including Beast of No Nation. I think a lot of people recall that. That became a major movie. Our Kind of People, a nonfiction account of HIV in Nigeria, released in 2012. And Speak No Evil, a novel about Washington, D.C. Oh, I have to know more about that one. Speak No Evil, huh? Hell no. There's a little bit of evil here. Down the street on Pennsylvania Avenue. Anyway, he was also the founding CEO of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria, an organization that promotes private sector investment in health services and health innovation in Nigeria. Join me in welcoming our moderator and panel for the conclusion of the day.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, welcome to our panel on contemporary arts across Africa. And I wanted to thank Congresswoman Bass for the lovely introduction and for having us all down here to speak and really converse with you all about the role that arts can play in shaping an understanding of the continent and its diaspora. I'm going to sit down in a quick second. Before I do, I want to introduce my fellow panelists. The way that we're going to work this here is we're going to, I think each of them have a little something to say about what they do as artists and how that impacts the idea of Africa and their idea as diaspora Africans. And then we really want to turn it over to you guys as well so that we can have a free-flowing discussion that involves everybody in shaping an understanding of what the arts do for who we are as a people and what it means to be African or from the African diaspora. Now, I have on the panel with me Kibonen Nfi, who has revolutionized the royal regalia of the Tikar people of the Bamileke and Bamenda regions of Cameroon. So she's based in New York and creates garments that represent the Cameroonian tribes and are appreciated by the ultra-modern clientele that are really looking to the continent for inspiration for fashion and for representation. She's had showcases at Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week in New York and also at the Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week in Africa. Thank you for being here. I was going to say, you guys were Africans. Y'all can clap. Okay, and so we also have Helena Matafiera, who is apologies, who is an interdisciplinary artist who exhibited work at multiple museums around the country. Her residencies include time at the Bima Center and the NARS Foundations, amongst many others, and she has taught in the BFA and MFA programs at the San Francisco Art Institute, Michigan State University, and the Parsons Fine Arts College. She is currently an Andrew Mellon Gateway Fellow at Brown University. Welcome. And finally, we have Sheikh Hamala Diabate, who has received a Grammy nomination for the Best Traditional World Music Album for his collaboration with Bob Carlin on From Mali to America. Sheikh Hamala Diabate is recognized as one of the most famous Ngoni Jelis in both the Malian and international communities. Thank you very much for being with us. And so before I sit down and start, just to sort of give a little bit of shape to the discussion, I think we're all very aware of how important the arts are in any society for conceptualizing and promoting the values of that society. I think we talk a lot about American soft power and how that has importantly been, for many years, what has pushed the image of the United States and made it the place that people look to. I think now in the 21st century, what we're seeing is what I would call the rise of African soft power. A lot of people talk about the continent, they kind of overlook the importance and the impact of the African arts. We see it with African film, whether you're talking about Nollywood or other industries around the continent, really now coming into prominence. There used to be a time where you flew on an airplane and you didn't see anything from the continent. Now, there's not a flight that I get on where you don't have Nollywood films, for example. We're seeing the rise and the importance and influence of the conversation between African music with other forms of music around the world. Obviously, that conversation has been going on for generations, but what we can see for years, what we can see now is this back and forth, this real talking to each other in real time now as new technologies allow for different forms of collaboration. And that is, again, power. When you see African hip-hop artists performing here in the United States and hitting the top of the charts, that shows you that something has changed. The other thing that we see as well is in the visual arts. We see a lot of African artists now represented in major museums, not just on the continent, but around the world. And then that feeding back into the continent so that there's an increased value and an increased desire to have people represent ourselves through the visual arts. We all know of some of the sort of old great masters of African art, but now there's a whole new generation of artists who are coming up whose work speaks to both some of the issues that we see on the continent, as well as to issues in the diaspora. And then last but not least, not to forget fashion and how African trends are on the runways everywhere. I was just in New York for the show Studio 189, which has been making waves. So many other designers are putting their work out there, and what's really amazing is seeing how folks are taking that work, adapting it, sort of transforming it into styles and sort of that they represent on their bodies and on themselves every day. And that's part of the conversation. That, again, is soft power. Now, I'm going to sit down, just having set the stage, and we can get right into it. I'll ask a couple of questions of our panelists, and then we would definitely love for everyone to make statements, to ask their questions, so we can have that free-flowing discussion. Does that sound good to you guys? Let me ask that again. Does that sound good to you guys? Yeah. All right. Now I can sit down. So let me turn it over to you, to Kibunan, and why don't you tell us a little bit about how your work in fashion is helping to present another image of the continent of Africa and diaspora Africans.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is everybody awake? I know it's been a long day. Thank you so much, Uzo. Thank you so much, Congress Member Karen Bass, for this opportunity. It's really great that at this time they're including this session at the Congressional Black. It was not there last year. This is the first time that we are having this, so it's a huge step, Thank you so much, Uzo, for that question. Actually, I've been doing African fashion design for 10 years. I started in 2009, and we were those scapegoats. We were the ones venturing with trying to do the pretty little African dress. And we were being, told, it's a fad. It's gonna go away. It's just gonna be a trend, for maybe 1 or 2 years, and then it's gonna be gone. But we are 10 years and 15 years in counting, and it's just getting higher, and we are just breaking grounds, and we are just going places. And it's so beautiful to see that this thing, which just started with a few people wanting to identify themselves as, you know what, I'm African, and I'm in New York City, and what can I do for the world to know I'm African? I don't want to be assimilated by all these high-end name brands and all this. I want to be authentically African. And one of the ways that comes across is through the way you dress. It's through your hairdo. It will hardly be through the way you make up. It's either the way you do your hair or what you wear. So I was this African girl, almost lost in New York City, and just wanting to be myself. And I went back to the continent, and I was like, I'm going to get something made for myself, which represents me. And I did that, and I find myself back in New York City, and everybody is raving about this little black dress, which has traditional embroidery from the continent. And at this time, I was working at Saks on Fifth Avenue. And every client was asking me, where is this dress coming from? Is it from upstairs? I mean, if you go to Saks Fifth Avenue and they ask you if this dress is from upstairs, you're like, what dress are you talking about? No. Some man made it for me back home. But it was so encouraging for me. And the people asking not only wanted to know, they wanted it. So I got into this place of creating dresses and making dresses for clients who were willing to pay for it. That is how I got into fashion. I was not born, we're all from Africa one way or another. Your dad is not going to let you do fashion or go to fashion school. So till this point, I'm still fighting with my dad. I don't know if he's going to feel proud of me knowing I'm at the Congressional Black Caucus talking about fashion. He has to hear this, right? So basically, starting fashion in that kind of an informal manner was really challenging. So I decided to go back to school to learn about fashion, because I realized this is a huge, this industry can create jobs in Africa. It can alleviate Africans from poverty. But I wanted to understand how the Calvin Kleins became Calvin Klein, how the Tory Burches became Tory Burches, how the Donna Karens, how the Guccis, how the LVMH created this industry, which is literally making them billionaires. So I went back to school, got a degree in fashion, went back to Africa, started my little production unit, and that was why I was looking forward to talk to the gentleman over here talking about having factories in Africa where they produce stuff for all these designers. I was going to ask him, how does Calvin Klein become Calvin Klein to get millions of jobs back home? Anyway, coming back to the subject, I started this fashion, and it was a revolution, because in Cameroon, what I was doing was the togo, which is the traditional embroidery done on garments and worn by the royalty in Cameroon. And making this more modern, I'm just going to show you because I have a piece on. That is the embroidery you will see at the top of this. If you know Cameroon's tradition, this embroidery is done intricately on garments worn by the royalty and on special occasions. But I'm looking at it and I'm saying, how can I take that and make it international? So I picked up on the embroidery and some things, and I put them on more modern structures, more modern silhouettes, made them more trendy, more diverse colors. And believe you me, it created a new wave in Cameroon. It created a new wave for the African fashion. And African fashion is not just about African prints. It's about techniques. It's about craftsmanship. It's about things which we can export from that culture. It's about weaving fabrics. It's a lot of things. And the one thing I've noticed today is it has grown tremendously. At that time, I felt like I was such an outcast. When I came into the space where there were people, I would be like, I'm doing African fashion. It did not make any sense to anybody. And I used to be a banker. So leaving banking into fashion, your dad would never be proud of you, of course. But the one thing I noticed is, amongst the older people, it was not even interesting, but there was a young generation that was coming up that totally got it and were really excited about developing it.
So let me stop you there for a second and move, because this sort of speaking about the young generation and involvement in art, I wanted to move to Helena and sort of ask her about how you have navigated some of these like moving into the art space and what it means to be representing the continent and its diaspora.
Well, I also want to shout out my dad, who's in the front row. Thank you for supporting. I'm here. I was born in Washington, D.C. Both my parents are Ethiopian, so I have that.
D.C. love.
Yes, I have that hybridity experience. And I wanted to show you a bit of my art because my art is very visual, and I think that it can give some context to what I'm talking about. So my practice really has to do with this hybridity, this diasporic hybridity. Being Ethiopian American, being the politics of the body in space, really looking at the body and its charge. And this is one of my collages. My work has ranged from performance to video to collage. It works with site-specific installation. I work a lot in museums. I work with galleries, and I work in the public. And this is just a still, documentation of a performance I did at the Museum of Fine Arts, where I wore a sculpture. It's like a wearable sculpture of family photographs, so thinking about fashion here. Photographs and maps of Washington, D.C. and Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And I dipped my feet in hibiscus juice, and I planted different marks on the ground, on the canvas, thinking about my ancestral trajectory coming to this country and all that they went through before me for me to be here now and to be a new American. And other works that I've done that can incorporate this hybridity theme include, going to Ethiopia, weaving different wearable sculptures made out of maps, learning from local basket weavers, and trying to think about a placement of identity, something that's not here nor there, but something in between, and creating these wearable sculptures and invoking and narrating oral histories which I've gathered of other Ethiopian Americans, people who've gone back and forth from the continent, through these wearable sculptures that make a sort of a character, an avatar performer. So I can sort of summon those histories and bring them into the present. Here in Washington, D.C., at the National Portrait Gallery with Maria Magdalena Campos Pons, who is an Afro-Cuban artist, I performed alongside her and cited the naturalization oath, recited that oath that many of you may have taken to become U.S. citizens, and thinking about how traumatic that oath can feel to say that you are going to leave your ancestral homeland and fight, take up arms for this country. And saying that in front of George Washington's portraiture, which creates a bit of irony. Here's a man who held slaves many years ago, and here I am saying that I renounce Africa to become an American. And this is an oath that my parents took. I didn't take, but I still empathize with that immigration process. So I bring up some of my art just to show you the different ways in which I have visualized and articulated through the visual arts sort of those histories, going into different museums and performing in front of different established artists here at the National Gallery Art in front of a Robert Motherwell painting and positioning my black body, my emerging artist body, my gendered body in front of these historic paintings, or mixing my work with archives through research, my body with archives. And a lot of this has to do with, there is a sort of idea of activism, this sort of positioning of a self and an identity when others have tried to name you and say who you are. And so as a first-generation American, Ethiopian American, I sometimes bring in my history, and sometimes I integrate the histories of African Americans, in which I am now a part of that conversation as well. Here at the Michigan State University very recently, performing and bringing in descendants of prominent activists, Frederick Douglass's descendants on the left, Dick Gregory's daughter Ayanna Gregory, all who live in Washington, D.C. actually, in the middle, James Baldwin's sister, Paula Whaley on the right. Creating films, creating performances, engaging other bodies beyond my own, engaging students at Michigan State University and integrating them with the archives of Black Panther newspapers, giving them a sense of affirmation, giving them a sense of history and pride, in which I wish I can think back to my younger self and a self-esteem that I wish I could have garnered even then, and which I developed over time. So a lot of this work, just to give you a glimpse, really has to do with gender, it has to do with aesthetics, it has to do with adornments, thinking of fashion actually, pride, and cultural traditions, bringing in those cultural traditions found within the continent into the Americas. So this is just an overview of my practice, and I can take questions later.
Great. Thank you very much, Helena. And so I wanted to then turn it over to Sheikh Hamala to ask you how you've noticed over the course of your career this conversation and dialogue between musicians from the continent and musicians here in the United States, and what that says about the growing or changing relationship between the two places.
Thank you very much. My name is Sheikh Hamala Jabate. I am from Mali, West Africa, and I'm a griot. Actually, it's a very big thing to be here today with you guys, because you know my history. So we are griot. The griot, when the French people come to Mali, they give this name to our family griot. But actually, the parents call us Jelly. Jelly is a storyteller, is an advisor, is a consultant. And when I get chance to come to America, I was very, very happy to share my culture with the American people. They learn something from me, I learn something from them. And today, if I get chance to come to say who I am front people is very important. Because our family, we say if one griot die, it's like a one library burn, destroy. Because before we don't have a pen, we don't have a books. But they get all the history from the griot, is from the grandfather to father to the son. And we play music all the war. Before I came here, my family been here a long time. My family is like 800 years. So we keep the generation to generation. And for me, this music makes sense all the war. I've been play everywhere. China, you know, sometimes people ask, wow, you go very far. And I'm in America, Canada, Europe. Last year, I went to India and Ethiopia and Mali. This music is very, very important to make people understand life and the war. Because my first album, I would say, Kele Manyinde. That means in English, it's not good to fight. We need to be together to progress. It's very important. And the second album, I give the name From Mali to America. That was the Grammy nominated 2007. And when I get chance to go to Los Angeles to sit down with all these Beyonce, Tina Turner, and Alicia Keys, a lot of people, give me big energy to do this music. And after I do a couple of movies with Forest Whitaker, and also I've been friends with Angelina Jolie like 12 years, a lot of stuff, and Danny Glover. The culture, African culture is very, very important to share. So that's why I'm here today, very happy from my friend Kelly, and thank God. But my new album, I was singing some song called Bani. Bani, don't say every time yes, sometimes say no for your dignity. And to tell the people, the woman, very important. So you give money to your mom, you give clothes, you give diamond. Mom is more than all that. I really want everyone to respect the woman. That's because the Congress women, I am happy. I am from Mali, but actually, if you tell me your last name, I can tell you who you are. I don't go to school for. It's like our umpire, Keita, Sunjata Keita. We say Sunjata Keita, Naremra Mandenka, Jakuma Kabala Simbo, Tontan, Jontan, Orokala Fajonan, Shuba Jata Wale. To be careful for your life. If you travel, Tiramara, and Kanke Jaco, Moke Muso, Animoke Dantuma, Kuni Bafara, Bakomasa, Bamana Jaco, Bakomasa. Komuri Bantramama Banalotamba, Bantramama Balokusin, Casina, Sele Fabro Danga Fabre Marantafini Marantaje. That's it from your ancestor to you, to be careful for your life. Don't go fast. Take time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think one of the things that's really wonderful about having a bunch of artists up on the stage and designers is that, everyone comes at this from a very different perspective, but yet at the core is creativity. It's that creative spirit that drives you to wear your own fashion in Saks Fifth Avenue, that drives you to use your own body as a statement, as part of your art, that drives you to make the music that you do that tells these stories. So I wanted to just quickly ask about creativity and where you get your sort of creative flow from, and how do you use that, to shape the messages that you're putting out, and how do you also protect that? Because we also know that it's a fragile thing in some ways, even if it is a source of strength. Helena, let me start with you.
Yeah. So I do have an academic hat too, and so I do think my process is a little bit research-based.
Microphone. Just lift the microphone up.
Oh. Can you hear me?
There we
go. So I do like to spend time with archives, and that helps to stimulate ideas, because a lot of my work has to do with a sense of history and a sense of place, and I want to know what's become before so I can think about what's happening present, and that I can think also about the futures that are possible, right? So there's that aspect. Then there's just like experimentation. For me, that's experimentation as an artist, finding new materials, finding different ways of moving or making, and that stimulates creativity. And then making a mess, like just literally making a physical mess. My collages tend to be like my room is full of everything that I've hoarded in terms of archives, materials, and from there making sense out of the what's in front of me. So that tends to be my practice. And then in terms of how to protect that, I think valuing that, right? Like, how are the arts valued in society? They're not always upheld in the same ways as maybe technology or sciences, but you yourself have to know that the worth of what you're doing. I mean, in many ways, we are cradles for history. We are cradles for the stories of the past. We are keepers of, and we are foreseers. We imagine a future that has yet to come yet, and we say it's coming. In some way, it's a sort of a prophecy, right? So that role is valuable, and it's valuable across the world. It's incredibly important, and if we don't know that, then how can we tell others to value it, right? And so I think that's huge, and that's something that I get to do with my students, is I get to get them to see and recognize their worth as makers before, the world tells them it's impossible, or the parents tell them it's impossible, or whatever.
So, Kibanan, I wanted to ask you to pick up on this idea of keepers of history, given that you just spoke about how you've taken this traditional embroidery and sort of refashioned it or remade it. And how do you see your role as a sort of projector of that history and that tradition?
Thank you so much, Uzo. When I decided to do fashion, like I said, it was nothing I was born dreaming of becoming. But one of the things that influenced me was the political trends. And when Barack Obama was becoming president, in my mind, I was like, a lot of people want to identify themselves with Africa, and it's going to be through the way they dress, for instance. So that was one of my major inspirations. The second inspiration for me was just history. What other people, because I've always loved fashion, but I just did not know how to make it, how to package it. Anybody who knows me from back home always knew I made my dresses, I created them, I bought my fabric, but I just did not know how to make it an institution. Now, when I started reading about fashion, because I happened to find myself in the fashion world, because that was the first job I had in America, working in fashion, my mind just started expanding, and I started reading a lot about fashion houses. Mind you, when I was back home, I could say I know of Dior, I know of Burberry, but I did not really know what that meant. I did not know what that stood for. Now I started researching about these people. Burberry, for instance, was inspired by the Scottish tartan. And look at what it is today. And I said, oh, tomorrow they will know of Kibonen as being inspired by the Cameroonian or the Bamenda Togo. or the Bamileke Togo, and look at what it is today. So those things really inspired me to bringing what I could contribute to the fashion industry, bringing what could be remembered, bringing, like, just releasing people, making people feel free and confident with what they have, and being sure that what they have, it's of tremendous value, you know, and bringing that to the table and leaving a mark and making it work. Now, doing fashion the way I have done it has just made everybody know I can do it. You know, there is a liberation, there is a freedom in the spirit of a lot of people, because I did not come from anywhere. I'm not a rich kid. I'm not from a wealthy. I'm just a regular person who had a passion and decided to pursue it and go after it. Now, you said something about our inspirations. One of the things that really inspires me is a confluence of cultures. So I'm looking at what's going on in Japan. I'm looking at what's going on in China. I'm looking at what's going on in every place in their cultures. What are they wearing? I'm thinking, how is an African, the first African who found themselves in Japan, what did it look like? How did he blend with the culture? Of course, he carried a bunch of African fabrics and was trying to make kimonos to wear them, right? So I'm looking at all of those things, and they inspire my designs a lot. Confluence of cultures. And that's why on another topic, I'm going to be talking about appropriation and what really appropriation does. Is appropriation a good thing, a bad thing? Does it make us look like we are victimizing us? It's just a lot to be discussed about appropriation. But yes, those are my inspirations. And protecting what I do, for me, is just about owning it, because I cannot protect the Togo embroidery from the people of Bamenda. They'll kill me. It's not yours, it's the culture, it's tradition. So protecting it for me is staying the pioneer and being super innovative about that thing that I'm doing.
Great. And I think we should come back to this idea of appropriation, because I think that's really important, especially today. But before we do, I think I wanted to go to Sheikh Hamala and sort of this idea of connecting history to the present, and this idea of the confluence of cultures. I think, you know, in terms of how you just illustrated this, being able to trace people was, I think, super affecting for everyone in this room. And so, I mean, I think the question really is, you know, from Mali to America, you know, America to Mali, like, how do you navigate that confluence of cultures and bring that historical significance into it through your own creativity?
Okay.
Sorry, 1 second before you answer. If we could also just get folks to close the doors, because I think it makes it a bit hard to hear our folks up on stage. So if we can limit that traffic, that would be really great, and focus on our wonderful panelists.
Yeah, I would say the album From Mali to America is they share the culture with American people. So before I came here, a lot of American people live in Mali. Some people told me, why you live in Mali to come to live in America? You agree, very important. I say, here I have how many million people from Mali, they live here, and I do the same culture. If somebody marry here, since I'm here, they come to see me, and I go looking the wife to speak to parents to be understand. It can be American people, it can be Mali people. I do the same like I was doing in Mali, to do the marriage, to do the baby name. And then when I go to the marriage, I told people, the marriage is important. You see, the griot tell you, don't be married today and divorced tomorrow. So the marriage is like the clothes. I'm sorry, it's not the clothes like you're wearing today the white color, tomorrow you're wearing black color. I'm so sorry for my English, because I learned my English here. Before I came here, I don't speak any English. But before I go very far, to tell people to respect the culture and to don't forget. You see, all when I'm here with the beautiful, two beautiful women, I see the ball, they design something. All what they do is very important. because the music make you which way to go. If somebody design, you see the design speak. We need you guys to support this culture, to don't forget this culture. Again, I want to say I'm very happy. If I speak Mandingo, I can tell you more. My brother, I don't speak Mandingo. I don't speak English very well. That's because I'm so sorry. But I can sing one song just to tell you, greet all of them.
Please.
This song is about our empire. And to say empire came from the woman again. That's everything he was doing. He respected his mom. We call Sunjata Keita. And the history, I'm going to sing it in Mandingo. Not too long, because it can take 3 days. Yeah. I am here just to go all this university. I just came from Hampton for 400 years when the African people came here for the festival. And today I'm here 2-3 days. I'm in Chicago for 10 days, and after I'm in San Francisco. But it's big things to be here. Mande mogo sumara mandinkalu mansalu banare. Oh, mande mogo sumara. Mande mogo sumara mandinkalu mansalu bana. Sokolonjata ifarala ni mogo juma ntamabi mande. Sokolonjata farara kone jara sangaranga. Konde kasaura konde jiba min konde dala kumun kama ni konde jiba min konde tekele mino konde muso den tekele mino bi baba o kele baratia ta urugudu la warakada fada ko la ila nyaminte ni mo jukala bi baba alumai. Thank you. That's à votre honneur, hein? À honneur de vous.
Sorry?
Sing for you, the presence. Thank you. You speak very well, and I'm happy to get chance to the stage with my family, and I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. I think we'll start taking with one question here from the gentleman standing.
Hello, my name is Usman Kamara, Sheikh Amala Idiabate. Thank you very much for this organization. Actually, we went from politics, problems, to money issues, and then to what is the core essence of our life. And because he doesn't speak very well English, I would like to say something on his behalf. And I pray him not to say any more that he is a griot. Because the griot is the reduction, like something very negative that the colonizer found to reduce the people who used to be our ambassadors. They reduced them to the level of storytellers. So they said in Manding, if you want to build a nation, get a good griot. If you want to burn down a nation, get a good griot. Because a griot leaving your side to whoever you are sending him can turn your insults and your grossierities into a beautiful poem. So he can go and say whatever you want that other king to do. Even though you were in a hunger, he can make it the most beautiful thing for that person to understand. And if you want also to raise the people against the king, you just find the right way, make it out of the poetry, and the people will raise against the king. So the griot was what we call the blood between the people. This is where the name comes from, Jeli. Jeli is the root for blood. So in our culture, Jeli is the person who circulates among all the members, all the organs of the body. And our communities, our kingdom, our people, we consider everybody as a body. And this is what made the particularity of that king, Sundiata Keita. Right. He laid down the first world constitution laying down human rights, which is the Charter of Kurukanfuga. And if every African country works its constitution based on the values that that constitution that was laid down in 1235, 12,235 years of this era of ours, I think that we will have human rights respected all over the continent. We'll have the women raised to the level of goddesses, because in our culture, our mother is our God on earth. So I want to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Let me very quickly turn over to this side of the room for a question.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Gloria Doolin Wilson. I'm with Eclectically Black News. I just wanted to say wonderful congratulations. I graduated from Lincoln at a time when Nkrumah, who graduated from Lincoln, was president of Ghana still. And he used to send us kente cloth, as well as some other wonderful traditional African clothing, which I learned to make. That was also at the beginning of the era of Black power and African unity between African and African Americans. And we quickly got back into wearing our traditional African clothing. I mean, we're doing everything from natural hairstyles to anything and everything that looked like it came from home. Or we would go and bring it back. So I am so happy to know that you have brought that tradition forward. I just wanted to make you aware, you're in Nigeria. And the Cameroons, okay. There's a young lady that moved from California to Nigeria. Her name is Aniva. And she started an African design factory there 15 years ago, using traditional African clothing and both European and African traditional styles. And she used to do fashion shows here for the Caucus. Okay.
She's doing one today.
Then you should go check her stuff out, because she actually used to design clothing for the wives of the gentlemen at the UN to get them to be more aware of how beautiful, and I mean drop dead gorgeous, our clothes are, and our colors and our style. When we wear our clothes, we walk a little bit more elegantly, with a lot more dignity. It suits us, it fits us, it flows with us. And Aniva captured it. And when she got so engrossed and involved in it, she went home to Africa. And she comes back every other year. So thank you, sisters. Thank you for your artwork. Thank you. I used to make those akbatas, by the way. Just wanted to say this is fantastic, because the thing that people don't teach is that African art is not just art, it's functional. Everything that we do with a style, whether it's a spoon or a bucket or a cup or any kind of dish or vessel. Everything we do, we put spirit and energy and love in it. So it cannot just be down to commercialism. It's actually down to where our souls come from.
So let me thank you. First of all, thank you very much for that. And I wanted to like actually address that and talk about this idea of functionalism and also putting your spirit and soul into this. I don't know if you want to talk about functionalism and how that impacts how you see your fashion.
Yeah, thank you so much. Functionalism is key in the fashion that we do today. You know, a lot of our clients, you know, we do fashion and we've made it so appealing that everybody is on it. White, Chinese, Asians, everybody loves African fashion in this day and age. And for us to be able to make a living out of fashion, we have to accommodate different aspects of it. We cannot keep African fashion the way our grandparents used to wear it. No. Just like everything is evolving. So there is an element of functionality that comes in with the designs that a lot of the new generation of designers are doing. It's so important, because if we do not do that, we will not be able to capture a different kind of clientele. And when we do fashion, we factor in culture. You put in a part of you into it. Putting in a part of you into it a little bit kills a part of you because you're giving out a lot of yourself. You have to be able to bring it back in one way, which means it has to be remunerated in a way that keeps you going. Because if you're giving out and it's not coming in, you're depleting yourself. Now, when we make this fashion in a way that everybody appreciates it, everybody is running for it, everybody is buying it, it's because it's functional. It's because it appeals to their senses. It's because maybe the fabrics or the prints are too bold, but the style is really cute. The style really makes it work for them. So functionality in fashion is key. Also, you will find some people who say, no, I cannot wear that. I feel it's disrespectful to that culture because you think you're from another culture. So it's very important for us as designers to be able to capture that essence of making it run across. And some people will like this one, it's flamboyant, flashy, flowy, beautiful. Others will like it understated. Others will want it adapted a little bit to them. So it's really important that we capture that middle, that fine middle of functionality and tradition. Because a little of us has to always go with what we do. Thanks.
And Helena, I saw you jotting some notes down about that.
Yeah, I liked your response. I don't know if functionality translates as easily to what I do because it's in the world of contemporary art. But I started to think about what I was writing was a little bit about how, like, the purpose, the point of contemporary art with the greater audience, not just the elite art world, right? Like, so thinking about how it touches and how it influences and how it impacts everyone. And in an Instagram age where people are loving digital content, images, pictures. I mean, there's that kind of realm of how technology sort of imports and exchanges, and artists from all over are getting recognition in a way that wasn't possible, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, right? So there's that aspect to it. And then I'm always interested in art that actually engages society and isn't this sort of thing that's kept behind ivory white towers, right? Like, so whether that's engaged art that engages the public, or performances that happen in direct engagement with everyday life. But I think it reads a little bit differently, but the significance is it's really there, right? So they all influence each other. The visual arts influences fashion for sure, fashion influences many aspects of our lives. Music, it becomes like it's the touchstone or the thread for many of us, right? And it begins with just our own heartbeats is musical in many ways. So yeah, so I think it brought a lot to mind for sure.
Great. Let me quickly go back to this side for another question or comment.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephen Nelson, and I'm a professor of African and African American art history at UCLA, and I'm the Mellon Professor here at the National Gallery. And I want to thank you for all of your contributions, and I'm really interested in how each of you talk about the workings of history in your work and how you deal with it, how you articulate it, and what I would love to hear you think about is how you attach that to a kind of idea of a global Africa. Because unlike the other panels, all of you are transmitters in a way that the business people are not, in the way that these policy wonks are not, right? And it comes back to the notion of soft power. And so you're presenting this sort of Africa in the world, right? And so what does that mean to you, and how are you trying to shift what you see as perceptions of Africa that you might find problematic? Thank you.
So who wants to tackle that? Sheikh Hamala, maybe if you will talk about this idea mentioned by Stephen of conceptualizing soft power in history.
Oh man, I really think so. Like when he come to speak, the culture actually is very, very important. So we teach people, sometimes if something wrong, we can put quick in the music to sing, to make the population understand what's going on, even to design, to show what's going on, to be together, to progress. And it's very, very important. The French, they call griot, but our culture, our family call us jelly. And it was something jelly in Mandingo is the blood. The blood. It's when it says jelly, it's like a jelly. J is a union, J. And li is the honey. When you get a good union, like you work very good together, you benefit. And the jelly for in Africa, because Cameroon, Ethiopia, Nigeria, anywhere you go, Africa, Guinea, is the same family. The griot go to everybody family. So griot know what's going on. Even our government, if something come, they come to the griots go say the message. Before I go far, I like to say Asasoga Bismillah and Adam Wolagem. Ko mateke fosire ko flyer on fe malila nono kene de doni fima la ibasra asrorore. Let me say a little bit English. I would say I see my Jatigi. Jatigi is the hope. Because I came here, I never go to work. But those people help me for money, for clothes, for everything. One in the house. My first album, I was singing about her name. Can you send up, please, Asaso? Just say hello to everyone. And she helped me a lot in America. I can't believe it. I get a chance to have a Malian people in the room. And Adam Wolagem, our journalist, live here almost 40 years. Stand up, please say hello. Again, I'd like to say thank you, but my English, tell them to answer a little bit.
Do you guys want to pick that up? Do you want to pick that up very quick?
Your question made me think about representation, right? And when I was asked to be a part of this panel, the very first thing that I told one of the panel organizers was I can only really represent myself. I had a really hard time thinking that I could stand here and speak for Ethiopia or speak for Africa or speak for... And so as an artist, I'm always aware that I can only position my own story and my own narrative in a way that is subjective. But in that personalization of the story, I'm hoping that there's a bit of universalness, like something that people who can pick up that maybe are not bodied as a black person, or maybe that are, and something that they can empathize with and see themselves in. And that's powerful, right? So that becomes when art really does start to do stuff in the world, where you can shift perspectives, like when, you read a good book or see a good movie and it makes you rethink something you hadn't quite thought about in a certain type of way. But I get nervous when I get asked to speak for others, largely because I am not a historian, right? And I am not, anyone other than myself. And my lived experience as an Ethiopian American is very different than the next person's lived experience as an Ethiopian American.
Right. Keep on.
What she's saying, it's so cute the way she says it. And between she and I, there's like a huge difference, because I consider myself the ambassador for African fashion. Like, I will speak for anybody, anywhere, everywhere. I'm ready to break the doors for the sake of African fashion. Like, anybody who knows me knows I'm that much of a rebel. Like, I don't conform to the laws of fashion imposed on us by anybody. And like he talks about taking Africa to the world, I'm very passionate about that. And I'm unapologetic about it. If you see me anywhere, anytime, I might look like I'm this, sophisticated woman, but you will still see Africanness in the way I look. So it's just a part of me which I cannot do without. And one thing I'm going to say is, art, culture is so important. It's the essence of who we are. But if you noticed, when they were talking about money and all the problems of Africa, everybody was here. This hall was packed. There was no space to even sit. But when it comes to fashion, art, culture, everybody's like, nah, that's not important. But believe me, this is what's going to solve the problems of Africa.
I have to say...
And I'm so serious about this. Art, culture, properly packaged and exported, is going to solve. Do you know the number of people, artisans, craftsmen back in Africa who don't even have an opportunity to sell the amazing products that they make? Imagine we sit here and we come up with structures to package those things and sell them to the world. Do you know we would have less unemployment than what we sit here wanting somebody to come and provide a solution to things which we can solve if we just make a decision? I mean, it's so important. Like, being an ambassador for Africa is so important for me. Another thing I'm going to say is I wish we were given the support that we need. Me being a designer, even though I stand as an ambassador for Africa, at the end of the day, I'm left on my own. That decision is mine. When I go to sleep, no matter what challenges I face, it's mine. The community is not going to come out and say, oh, let's support Kibona, she's an ambassador for Fashion for Africa. No. But for me to be able to speak better, break the doors, open up opportunities for this industry, this multi-million-dollar industry, which is coming from the continent, it requires intentional support. It requires intentional actions. And we are so fortunate that you can make that decision on your own. You don't need the government to assist you in making that decision. Thank you.
Well said. Let me turn over here for another question.
A lot of the African tradition is oral tradition. That oral tradition is somewhat captured in the songs that come out and so on and so forth. But I think it needs another field that I believe can be incorporated into the arts world. For example, this morning I heard one expression that says something about the spider web coming together and being able to tie a lion. That is an Amharic expression that says, Dirbiabur ambasayasur. It means like each individual, each one of us coming together, we can conquer the strongest. And that is a very deep, not only philosophical saying, but it is also extremely scientific. And science in a way, in real material terms. I saw a clip on PBS where this guy collected all the spider webs, made a rope that is stronger than the strongest steel that we can make. And not only that, the application was kind of somewhere I don't like. It's he's proposing that they use it on these ships where the planes land, and they have these ropes to
aircraft carriers.
Aircraft carriers. And it withstands the salty water, and it lasts maybe 10 times longer than what they use currently. So all these expressions in African oral tradition, they have deep scientific and ethical messages that needs to be translated somehow.
Right.
And I don't know which area this can be handled. I think the arts community is perfectly cited for doing that. And this is a challenge to you, Helena. You come out of, this is your chance to come out of your self thing. So
keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yes.
Right.
I think the oral tradition can be presented as something that Africa has to offer humanity, the world, and humanity. And I think that's one area of arts you may consider. Too bad I'm not an artist.
Here we go. So you guys, there's a challenge that's been thrown. You guys ready?
Thank you.
Let me take it over to this side very quickly.
Yes, thank you. This is Nia Kwete. I'm very much a policy wonk, so no one is more surprised than me that I stayed and that I even think I have a question. But here is the question. I mean, when Dr. Cole spoke this morning, she talked about black people and resilience. I think our continent and our people have been hammered for the last 500 years, so we are trying to heal. And it just occurred to me that culture, if we can heal our culture, we will make great strides towards healing everything else. So my question just is this. With all of this talk about the Europeans having raped African art and kept them in Europe and refusing to return them, I have always thought that was wrong. They need to return them, but I know nothing about culture or art, so actually, Dr. Wheeler, I want to put you on the spot. Am I wrong to think that we must demand that they return those acts so that our culture and our people and our continent can heal? Am I wrong?
I would say you're not wrong at all. And I'm not going to take up too much time, but I'll just say this, that I think this idea of repatriation of these artworks is a really important one, and I think it's also a really complicated one. And I think the questions that people ask about how and why they should be repatriated are really important, but even more important is delving into the discussions. I think there's a lot of resistance, for example, to repatriation because people say, oh, they won't be kept properly or they won't be on display. And I was actually having this discussion just 2 days ago with a lawyer friend of mine in Paris. France has decided to repatriate in some way some certain artworks. And I think the answer to that question is a lot of the times the importance or the use of the artwork, what we call art now, has been decontextualized. So this woman spoke about functionality before. Some of these things, for example, were not meant to be seen or displayed in the ways that they're displayed. They were meant to be used in a different way, or they weren't meant to be seen because they had sacred value, right? You don't just take the chalice and you put it in a museum and all of a sudden we look at it. And so I think this idea that if something comes back, for example, and if it is destroyed, perhaps that's the purpose, right? And that should be allowed and that should be okay. However, given that these things exist within sort of a regime of rules and norms around visualization and usage, there's going to have to be a real conversation about how those things come back and how, in order to get them back, and the rights of the people to do what they will with those things once they do come back. But I think that's a conversation that's starting and that really needs to be made bold, because some of the healing might not look like how people think healing is. I don't know if that's clear. It might look very different. But I'll put that out there to you guys.
What I'm going to say as far as that's concerned is, it is so important healing is not superficial. Healing is something that comes from within. It's something that comes from inside of you, which means you cannot heal. You could be unwell, and your entire body is unwell, but you cannot just heal your head. You have to heal your entire body. And we cannot address healing, especially for the African people, as one aspect and ignore the other aspect. So all the steps that are being put for the repatriation of art, and even honestly, we are talking brain drain and the reverse brain drain. All of those things are things which I personally think have to be intentional, which means we have to make concrete steps and follow them with concrete actions to make sure that these things happen. Because a lot of times we talk about things, but nobody's actually out there taking the steps to make it work. And I always say this, if it ministers to you, if it is something that you care about, if it is something that you ask a question about, it is worth it for you to go all out and make sure that that aspect of what you feel should be addressed in one way or the other.
Fire. I love it. I love it. We'll go over here.
Hello, my name is Nawa. I'm a Liberian American. I'm also a singer, songwriter, and a social worker. Okay, and so my question is really focusing on Africans on the continent and then Africans that grew up here in the U.S. What can we specifically do to encourage younger generations to be confident in their desire to pursue the arts and give them actual tools to make a profession out of it? Because I feel like it's not enough to just say, oh yes, you want to be a singer, you want to be a fashion designer. What can we do to actually let them know you can make a profession out of it?
Let's start with Sheikh Kamala. Let me rephrase that with, how did you gain the confidence to go into music? What pushed you in that direction? And storytelling?
It's very important. Like I would say, my family, we learn from the family, and this music make open the door all the way you go and make understand people. And about when we sing, we say things about people's life and to which way to go. I always say for my English, but yeah, I'm proud to play this music.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that was I always answer because I say from my family, we are born for this music. That's the answer.
Right.
So we are in here. I teach how many university from here to China, but it's a lot of places I go. People say they want to be griot. I tell them we born griot because it's family, and that family. Even sometimes you play soccer outside with your friend. Your father wanna go to somewhere. You don't want to go, but they say, come here, go to take shower, follow me. You follow and you sit down, since you are like this, to listen to all things.
Right.
And you see, I speak something in Mandingo right now about this lady, Asaso.
Oh, wow.
That's important for me. Those people support the griot. They know where they come from. Even my ambassade here, my embassy, we work together. Every time, even me, I don't have a rent money. I go to Adamwol again, so they give me 1,000, 2,000. They give me car, everything. They know what mean griot.
Right.
It's so deep. That's because it's very important to play music, to be a musician. I'm proud again to be griot. Even the president, our president, he never take decision before you go to see the griot. That's important. They respect the culture and they know who the value of the griot.
Right.
That's the answer for family. Thank you again.
So, Helena, do you want to also add to that? That question about how do you create the structures and how did you find your way into these structures?
Well, I think of the arts very much like a service like any other profession. So if you want to be a nurse, there's a certain amount of training. If you want to be an accountant, you do a certain amount of service. And I think what happens with visual arts and performance art, at least, is it can be a little vague, right? Like nobody really tells you the methodologies. Even when you're in art school, there's no one telling you how to set up your life to actually have a practice. They're just teaching you either technique or theoretical. But what I found to be a practicing artist is you need a lot of grit. Like you need a lot of getting up every day and doing work, which is seen or unseen and respected and unrespected sometimes by people. Sometimes it's like being an entrepreneur. Like some of the work is invisible. We have a lot of mood lighting going on, so I feel like
I don't. You know what? Why don't we just chill with the lights for a second? We're good like this. Can you guys see us? Okay, good. Let's just leave it and then.
Okay.
Okay, all right. I got you. I see you in the back there at the camera. All right.
But yeah, just to sum that up, I think that, the message for I think it was your niece, right, who wanted was, I think it's just a lot of hard work and patience, and it's not a very clear path. I don't know if other parts of the arts are a little bit more like a clear trajectory, but I feel like you really have to be really clear within yourself as to how you define success, because I think it's relative. I think it's really a self-defined task and a self-paved path.
Kimona?
Right, thank you. What I'm going to say is I really understand what she's saying, because there is a different kind of encouragement that creative people need, especially being a creative African. I mean, there is if you're not a self-motivated, self-confident person, there is a different kind of encouragement that you need. You need to be put, or like the people coming up who see others doing things and want to do same, but are either not encouraged, either not motivated, do not even get the right kind of advice from the people around them, their parents or whatever. It really takes a different kind of formation in your mind. I mean, when I tell you I've been rejected by my family, I'm not mixing my words about it. My mom can go for months without calling me. I'm not an issue. I'm not an item. I'm not a banker. I don't make that kind of money and all of that. So when you're getting into a field where there is no encouragement you really need to be either a headstrong, I want it and that's all, and ignore everything else, or you really need to be put in an encouraging environment. If you realize it, the Jews and all these other people who are succeeding, especially in the world of art, I'll say Jews because the fashion industry is run by mostly the Jews. They are in an encouraging environment. They would come together and make things work. And sometimes I think Jews buy only things that Jews make. But why is it that for us Africans, it's just the complete opposite? We want to go consume what they are making and imposing on us, but we are not finding the ability to support our own. If we consume our music, if we intentionally support these things, they will thrive because there is a lot of spending income within the black community. But we are not intentional about the things we do, and that's why we just happen to be all over the place. Another thing I'm going to say is we need to make icons of our own, which means she is a great artist. Let us not wait for Picasso or whoever. Let us make her an icon. If I am a designer, let us make me the Louis Vuitton or the Gucci. If he is an artist, yes, he is the Jay-Z. Do you understand? Let us make our own as big and make the young people see that it is really big. Let us not wait for I don't know, whoever to validate who we are or something that we have done and then we jump on it. No, when we see it and it's right, let us jump on it and force them to even see it if they did not even take note. So those are some of the things which we need to do as a community for our own people. Because I know the amount of crying I've done. I know the amount of depressions that I have overcome. And each time I'm depressed, I'm like, you know what? Depression, you're not for me. I am going. But these are things which real people face. And it's easy to be discouraged and not do it. But if we have the right environment, and I say this and I'll say it again, if we as this generation don't create sustainable structures for the generation to come, especially in the arts, we failed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting what I heard. I was asked by UNESCO and a group of African diplomats with UNESCO last November to initiate a process to create what we call academies of trade, basically vocational and other education for youth to create jobs in Africa. The reason of this question was because I've been doing such a work as member of UNESCO Task Force Intangible Culture, and it is launched in 2000. Why I mention this, when we launched this task force, the idea was to help developing countries document their own cultures and create value out of it. I must admit that we were not successful. France managed to register their cuisine, wines, or others, yet the cultures of developing countries are very little documented. My question and challenge to you is the following. Africa is Africa, why diversity? Would it be possible to launch, because it's 400 years, to use this occasion to say, let's map the cultural heritage, including especially intangible, which means local traditions, stories, art, dance, and so on, food. Let's map it. We can't do it overnight. I faced in South Africa, for instance, Southern Africa, the challenge that the documents were archived in the former colonial powers libraries or museum. So there's a huge work to be done. So my challenge to you, and I'm ready to join and to mobilize Japan, the US, well, I'm involved. I help Japanese government in Southern Africa. So my challenge is it possible to launch the initiative to document, and not only just document academically as a research, but everything which is relevant to launch it on the market, so to say, not only with China, with Europe, but to take ownership of African cultural heritage by African and create jobs and competencies for those jobs now. So everything is in place, digitization, technological resources, financial resources, interest in Africa. MEP Africa launched it in cultural and creative industries in full legitimacy. Nobody knows better than Africans. The problems you face, I found them in Scandinavia, in Japan. Just a short, in Japan, in Okinawa, it's the birthplace of karate. And they did not know really before we documented that. And now National Geographic and create. So you have your treasures. It's up to you to identify them and up to all of us to make sure you take ownership, including making money of them. Okay.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you something about that. Did you say that?
Oh, wait, sorry. I think we've got a question coming back to you, Sarah. Sarah, 1 second. Before you go.
I just need a little bit of clarification on that point. You know, doing documentation, research, and all of that entails a lot of, it's very capital intensive. So are you providing a structure or an organization that could help with the funding of such ventures, or are you just throwing it out there for us to be able to do that?
But locally in Africa, not just in Washington, right, but in Africa, and bringing UNESCO, the World Bank, global players must go at local level and partner with local people based on local people initiative. Okay. I just gave example, but everything you know, they have to know, and you have to know how they have to do it.
Right. Okay, thank you so much. That's a huge opportunity also for all the people who are in here. And I say so because when I started fashion and I went back home to create a factory, I had to encounter a lot of development of skills, you know, especially from people who are tailors, pattern makers, who do not really have a formal education, but are skilled in one thing or the other. And I had to work with some governmental organizations to be able to get them trained for specific skills. And also, I was using a lot of techniques from the villages. So I had to be able to export those techniques or those people to be able to work with them. So what you're saying is a huge opportunity for events to be organized, vocational training to be done, and all of that, so that people can develop their skills, so that it can be better packaged and better exported.
Great. Let me take over here.
Good afternoon. My name is Eve Ferguson. I'm a journalist and I'm also a librarian. I'm a journalist who writes positive things about the African diaspora. I'm a librarian who works in one of those libraries that has all of the African stuff. I will say I can't return it myself because I'll get arrested, but if anybody requests it, I will give them facsimiles. So that being said, my question is for Kibonin, and that is that you talk about it, African fashion should be inclusive, but inclusive to what extent? Because European fashion designers have taken African designs and they are making billions, while African designers are still suffering. Where do you draw the line between, you know, I'm calling that cultural co-option, or if that's a word, where you stop people from being able to co-opt and surpass you by using your culture? That's my question.
So I'm going to hold off on answering. I'm going to take a bunch of questions because we have a little bit of time left, and then we'll answer. So we'll go over here and take your question, and we'll come back.
Hi, my name is Rowena Gono. I am a Liberian. I've lived here for about 3 decades, and I think mine is more of a comment, not a question, to Ms. Kibane. Just to congratulate you for being able to do what I dreamed of doing. When I traveled back to Africa for the only time since I've lived here, about 18 years ago, I went to Accra, Ghana to visit my family in the Bujumbura refugee camp. I went to the Makola market to try to hire some women to sew. I contracted 3 women, random young girls, to sew a bunch of African clothes. I told them, use your creativity. Here's a picture, just do whatever you want to do. They had about 4 days, and when they delivered the results, I was just shocked. It was just, well made, well designed, and when I was taking those clothes, they said, sister, don't forget about us. I brought the clothes back. The women here were overly excited. Of course, the clothes were very tight for most of them, but they hoped, the clothes were lovely. And I remember the words of the women back in Africa. I saw the demand here, and I tried for a little bit to kind of have the back and forth as somebody in the middle person to be able to deal with me, to basically give these women some income. It just never happened. And that has been a burden for me all these many years. Only because, again, I'm still sending remittances back to Africa. You know, the schools open, tuition, the barrels of food, and all of those things. When you know that we're so talented, even in terms of food. Every now and then I would go to a big African Liberian gathering and have food, and I'll be like, oh my gosh, you could market this. But again, there's just not the assistance, I guess is what I would say. So congratulations to all of you on the panel.
Thank you. Question.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Opany. I'm originally from Kenya. Congratulations to all of you. Kibonan, this question is for you. I am also a rebel in my own ways. So whatever you've said, I've experienced it. I'm in an industry which is predominantly male, and not too many of us are represented. And so when you talk about the motivation, like finding internal motivation, when you talk about being rejected of what you're passionate to do, I've been there, I've seen that. But then, and it's to look inside of yourself. And you brought a word that has been my mantra this year, which is intentional living. That's how I decided to live my life. And that's how I decided I'm going to break barriers for our Africans, because as we go along, we are not thinking about our future, how to save money for our kids, how to generate.
So I'm gonna the question, because
the question is, how do you still keep staying motivated? How do you open those doors for people who want to be? They want to emulate you. How do you open those doors?
So the question is about motivation, and then I'll take two questions. Since we're close to the end, if it's a question, I'll just...
Sure. My name is Michelle. I'm from South Africa. So I echo everybody's sentiment. Firstly, to say congratulations. I belong to an organization, and we have an event called Teaching Africa Day, which is on the 21st of September in Silver Spring. I'm just putting that in there because I think something that you've managed to do is articulate a very important aspect of Africa, which is that we are essentially storytellers. Before all the other problems that exist about Africa, we are storytellers. Now, my question is, I know you say we should get the questions across. Why do we always wait for validation from white people specifically before we actually accept that whatever it is that we're doing has got value? Be it music, be it clothing,
So I'm going to stop you there. So why do we wait for validation? Yeah. Okay, and last question.
Hi, my name is Obinna Okani. I'm co-founder of Naija Made. It's a company that's geared towards giving young Nigerians the ability to design the lives that they want to live. My question has to do with value creation. Given the validation topic that has come up, how in your line of work are you creating value so that young Africans, as well as Africans in general, are able to patronize and see African things as primary?
Great, thank you. All right, so we're going to do this rapid fire because we're close to the end. I'm going to ask each one of you one question. So. To Helena, validation. Why don't you tackle that? Why do we wait for validation, and how do we work around that?
Well, I mean, you can't be, I don't know if you can really make work for anyone at the end of the day other than ultimately yourself, because it's so hard to do this work, right? Like, it's not an easy path. So these markers of validation or a certain amount of recognition, I think it's an empty chase. Just like I think at the end of the day, chasing it for money is an empty chase, or status or fame, right? I think that you have to have some other goal or other reason, at least for in contemporary fine art, because it's really 1% of 1% of the artists that achieve those things, right? So ultimately for me, I look at it like the people that come up to me after my shows, right? And then they say it impacted them in a certain type of way, or, I mean, that to me, it's a different type of validation. It just means that there was a service, right? Like they got the thing that I put out there. And that to me is much more tangible, it's much more manageable than the lights, the camera, the action, or the benchmarks. You know, so that's how I would answer that.
All right. So, Kibanon, I'm going to ask you about how inclusive should designers be? How inclusive should African designers be?
Talking about inclusiveness for African designers, I think African designers should really own who they are. I mean, it still goes down to the whole thing of validation, of wanting other people to validate what you're doing. We should celebrate ourselves. And in whatever it is that we are doing, it still comes down to being intentional. If you do something and you really know what it took for you to do that thing and you're proud of it, celebrate it. I mean, we should celebrate what we do, no matter how small it might look, because it's in those little celebrations that it grows bigger. And it's in celebrating those little things that I mean, you know, people are watching, right? They're like, what are they doing? And when they see us selflessly and celebrating ours, they will become interested. It's really wrong for us to always wait. You know, you become a big deal when somebody does something for you. Meanwhile, you can do those things. You know how glad I'm going to be for the member of state to wear a dress that I made? I'll be ecstatic. Like, I'll be like, wow. I'll be jumping. I don't have to wait for some super person to wear it before I celebrate. So being in that place of creating something and putting it out there, true, people need to validate it for it to be looked at as something. But let us make that effort as who we are in whatever we are doing. Intentionally celebrate the things that we do.
Okay.
Because it's in celebrating those little things that it will mount up to something bigger for the rest of the world to see.
Okay. And so, Sheikh Hamala, let me ask you, and I think this will be what we close on for everyone. We'll start with you, is how do you stay motivated to do your work and to do the things you do?
Yeah, so I really like support because since I'm here, I teach a lot of American people, but I want more to keep the culture. And also for the future, I want you guys help because I try to open the school, the university to my village, and bring American people from America to Mali. And I'm here today if I can get any support, and I have a lot of business card to progress for that. That's good for me to be here, and I like to share my culture. It's open every day.
Right.
Yeah,
so that's how you stay motivated, is by sharing. So Helena?
How I stay motivated, I think it's the experience. It's the experience that I have in the studio. It's the experience that I have creating. It's, like that. I can't. There's nothing I can name within that experience other than I know I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing on Earth. And if anyone feels like they're doing that, no matter what line of work they're in, it's the most fulfilling experience. So that just getting into that zone, that creative zone, that motivates me and keeps me making.
And Kibanon, how do you stay motivated?
Staying motivated. I got to a place where I had to look deep into myself to really bring out what is inside of me. And I just had to learn a bunch of things. I learned, first of all, that life is spiritual. And if I'm going to be motivated, my spirit is what has to be motivated, not my flesh. So I had to find ways to go into my spirit and figure out what it is about, because I knew nothing about it, and what feeds my spirit. So I had to look for the right things to be able to feed my spirit. Without wanting to sound religious, the Word of God motivates me. That's where I find my strength. That is where I find the things that is like a blueprint for the way I have to live and the way I should keep myself motivated. So I hold on to that to stay motivated.
Thank you. So With that, I think we've come to the end of our discussion. Excuse me. And I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank Sheikh Hamala, Helena, and Kibunan for your wonderful insights and your generosity of spirit here today. And I want to thank all of you here in the audience also for your commentary and your questions and your support by being here for the idea of arts and its importance in all of the dialogues we have about who we are as people and how we can make an impact on the world. Thank you very much to Representative Bass and also to the CBC for having us and for putting this together for everyone today. So thank you all very much.
I will echo his comments and thank you all for being here today. Thank you for coming out to support the Braintrust once again. Thank you for staying all day, for those of you who stayed all day. For those of you who do not know, we are actually having an Africa Braintrust fashion show in about 30-40 minutes. We have staff who are going to be outside to escort you. They will be having flyers like this. It is in room 151AB. We had one of the questions said we should pay attention to or find out who Queen Aniva is. She will be showing her fashions. Kibonen will also, as will several other designers. We hope to see you there. Sheikh Hamala will be performing for a set or two for us. So we hope to see you there soon. Thank you.